Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants joining in from different parts. I'm Parakvi Kumar, Senior Communication Officer, Smart Food ICRISAT, and I'm also the event facilitator. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second day deliberations of the two-day conference on food trends, opportunities, and driving markets for smart food as part of the Foodtec Expo 2020. The event is organized by iRadical Communications, supported by Government of Kenya, ICRISAT, and Smart Food as knowledge partners. The event is also sponsored by Wagwapri Tea Group. We really have an exciting session planned today, and without any further ado, let me hand it over to Ms. Joanna Kane-Putaka, Assistant Director General, External Relations, ICRISAT, to carry on with session 1 on millets and sorghum, the new staples and more. Over to you, Joanna.
Great, thank you, Parkavi, and welcome to all the audience, and a special welcome to our speakers today. We have a very dedicated session all day to millets and sorghum and to smart food, because we really are seeing a major movement globally to popularize millets and sorghum. And some of the people today are some of those key movers and shakers in this movement, and people I know who are very passionate and very dedicated to contributing to a better world, and a better world where we know it follows that smart food mantra of making a difference for the good of people, for the good of the planet, and for the good of the farmers. And I feel extremely privileged to know most of these people and to be able to work very closely with them as well. So our program today, we will start first of all with the launch of something very special that we've been working on for a long time, which I'll tell you about in a moment. We'll follow this by our key speakers. So we have 5 speakers. And then as time permits, we have a few pre-recorded speakers, especially from the US. And it was the middle of the night in the US, so we had to pre-record these. So they'll be at the end as our time permits. So, and of course, there'll be discussion time, and all this is being recorded. It'll be made available later, but also if anybody has questions, please place them in the chat as we go along. Okay, fantastic. So I am very excited to start with the launch. So ICRISAT and IIMR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, would like to jointly launch the first product database, global database for millet and sorghum products around the world. So it's basically, we really have noticed in starting to put this together, we've noticed there's a real silent revolution happening out there of entrepreneurs globally that are picking up on the value of millets and sorghum and the benefits that they provide and the amazing ways they can be used. So, and a lot of this has happened really only just in the last 5 or so years. And there's been, what we've recognized is, or I found, is this huge growth in products of millets and sorghum that really is what we're seeing as a quiet revolution, and a lot of people don't realize what's there, and in putting this together, suddenly it's come to light, and we think this is something which this growth is going to continue and is really going to see a major change in food and the availability and opportunities for millets and sorghum. So I do want to thank Parkavi, Kumar, and the whole team, Prasad and others who have worked tirelessly, identified so far more than 1,000 products from over 30 countries using millets and sorghum, and in every continent in the world except Antarctica. For the launch today, we've been able to map and bring 500 products. By the end of the year, more than 1,000 will be part of this. So what we'll do is we'll play a very short, I think it's about 10-second video to show you a little bit about what's in this product that we're launching today. And when the video finishes, then I'm going to ask Vilas Tanapi, who's the director of Indian Institute of Millet Research, if he can say a few words, because this institute has been one of the key players driving these changes globally as well. So first of all, if we can just play this very short video so you can see what exciting products we have.
Good for you, good for the planet, and good for the farmer too. Millet is truly the... You know it's good for you. Pearls on your plate, putting a smile on your face, maintaining your heart rate. The farmers love it too. Now they can have sustainable crops and grow so much more food. Nutritious and sustained, millet is the way. You know it's good for you, good for the planet, and good for the farmer too. Millet is truly the grain for all.
Okay, thank you. So what you see there is there's a world map where you can zoom into any country, and every company is tagged already on the map. So you can go to any country, zoom in and click on any company, and it tells you the company and the product and the link to the company website. Plus then there's 3 databases under that. One where you can search for millet and sorghum products by product type, so breakfast cereals, ready to eat, drinks, pastas, all sorts. Another one where you can search for millet products depending on which type of millet they've used. And then the final one where you can also search by individual countries, and you can see all the photos of the products. You can click and you can go and see about their nutritional value, etc. So we're pretty excited about that. But if I could just ask our joint sort of collaborator launching this today, Vilas Tanapi, Director of Indian Institute of Millet Research. So over to you, Vilas.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. I think your dream has come true today. I have seen you documenting the entire products available across the globe. I think it's almost 4 years now, 4.5 years. So I congratulate you and your team, and also our association with you in this Smart Food program, trying to bring back these forgotten grains to the food plate of all. The revolution in terms of 1,000+ products, what you are talking about in this millet database, would be very handy, what you call the kind of platform, and also the product database which we would see across. And I'm sure it's not just the what you call the cookies, but it is the whole range of ready to eat, ready to cook, and also the traditional food products. And in fact, at IIMR, with our work with DIETARY and the entire NutriHub and Indian Institute of Millets Research, and also with ICRISAT, we ourselves boast of about 100+ products from ready to eat to ready to cook to extruded products. So it is very important today to bring this canvas to entire range of stakeholders, the consumers, the industry, the farmers, and the policymakers. It is our search for alternate grains, alternate staples that provide the wholesome nutrition, so that the issue of malnutrition and zero hunger, what the United Nations Development Goal 2 would like to address, will be a kind of our effort together. I'm sure Joanna, IMR, ICAR, and all the entire CG system put together, we will be what you call the really increasing our efforts, because 2023 would be the International Year of Millets. So there is a glory each one of us really need to enjoy and bring these forgotten grains to the food plate of all. So nutrition for all and health for all. Healthy society would give us a healthy world put together. So thank you very much. I'm very glad that I'm associating myself with my colleagues in the launch of this millet product database. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vilas. And I know IIMR has been extremely key behind this movement. They are really the most advanced institute in the world for processed products and understanding the whole product development side of millets and research. So they're going to play a very key role globally to keep this movement going. So very, very important. And so I'd just like Parkavi Kumar to say a couple of words. Parkavi has led this database and all the work. I think she's gone cross-eyed looking at millet and sorghum products, or gone very hungry, something. Parkavi, just a few words from you on your insights from going through this experience.
It is indeed a very exciting project to work on, Jonah. Like taking from your shelf, display shelf, to making it into a digital database. It's very, very eye-opening in the sense that we could see a lot of products from a lot of different countries which we couldn't even thought of, starting from millet balls coated with coconut and chocolate in Hungary to a millet-based cake with dates in Saudi Arabia. So these are places which I wouldn't imagine having millet products. So I think it's going to be a very, very useful tool for in this shift towards a healthier option. It's going to help a lot of consumers, and there are plans actually to make it even more automated, have artificial intelligence technology behind to help any consumer to look for millets and products right from their mobile devices. So I think that's where we are headed to. And thank you so much. And this is only like the first couple of steps, I believe.
Great. Thank you, Parkavi. Yes, I'm glad you've recognized just the beginning. So much more we can do with this. And it's useful for consumers, for industry, for researchers, for government, for a lot of people. So thank you. And so we now officially launch Millet Finder. And thanks to IIMR and ICRISAT for all the support and helping drive this forward. So with that behind us now, an exciting start for the day, I'd like to move into our formal presentations of our very eminent speakers and people who are some of these key movers and shakers in the industry. So I'd like to start with Vilas Tanapi, who I mentioned before is Director of the ICAR Indian Institute of Millet Research. Overall, Vilas is a leader and a strategist and highly committed to industry. He's a specialist in planning and development and management of crop improvement programs and strategies. His technical background is seed technology, and he has won many awards, including he was awarded the R.V. Swaminathan Gold Medal for his PhD. He's been also worked in many other areas, including having been a consultant for UN FAO on seed system development, and was part of the USDA Global Ergot Collection and Characterization Mission. He also is an expert to the Government of India Department of Science Technology, the Department of Biotechnology. So I'd like to welcome Vilas Tanapi today, who's going to, he's also joined jointly, so I'm not sure what order or how they've organized it, but Vilas and also is joined by Venkatesh Bhatt. So Dr. Venkat, he's a principal scientist also at the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and he's an expert in genetics and cytogenetics, and some of his major areas and specialization include, now I was quite excited to read about Venkat because he's been involved with particular sorghum hybrid varieties, also with forage sorghum variety development, and also sweet sorghum variety development. So he's really worked on variety developments that are important for food, for forage, and for biofuels. So extremely varied there and very important to have all those areas covered, which help make millet and sorghum so particularly important. He's also specialized in QTL identification for fodder yield and quality traits, also specialized in quality seed production, planning and execution along the whole supply value chain. And he's received the Best Scientist Award for Excellence at the Institute for 3 years. So I think he's been competitive there with 3 years running, winning that. So we're very lucky to have both Dr. Vilas and Dr. Venkat. So over to both of you for your presentation on how millets and sorghum are good for the planet and farmers.
So thank you, Joanna. It's a wonderful opportunity to connect to you all. And myself and Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, we are going to take this together. Joanna, how much time we will have put together, both of us, 15-20 minutes? Sorry?
Sorry, yeah. We could stretch it to 15 minutes. Would that be okay?
Okay, yeah.
10 to 15?
So,
okay.
Yeah, that will be fine. In 15 minutes together, we will be completing this. So I will be putting the preamble for this particular first lecture. Then Venkatesh Bhatt would be joining with the slides and the PowerPoint on the specific aspects of this. So let me start with two things. The session today is millets and sorghum, the new staples and more. And I don't know why we are calling it as a new staples. In fact, they are our heritage staples. And we are trying to find them again, reinvent them, because we have all been troubled by malnutrition, the obesity, and the hidden hunger. The issue here is, why do we really are in the effort to reinvent them? We are in the effort to reinvent them basically for the fact that this planet is plagued by two important aspects. One is flooding, another is drought. And the climate change has been a reality which we are all seeing across the globe, that the failure of crops, the high hunger, plus the burden of the hidden hunger that we are carrying forward across years. In India, we really take pride of the fact that the Green Revolution created the food security. But that was important because we were with the begging bowl at that time, but we have the buffer stocks today. The issue today is not the fact of having food per se, but the issue is having it distributed equally and unequivocally. The factor that we are trying to really look at as Indian Institute of Millets Research is how the millets can really come back to their own glory, which they occupied in India about 40 million hectares all put together. Today we stand at about 12 million hectares, producing about 11.5 to 12 million tons of food grains. Jowar, sorghum and pearl millet constitute the bulk of it, 80 to 90%, and 10% all put together are small millets. So almost, of course, finger millet has a bit of substantial area. So our idea here is how we can make crop colonies that can support both rural and urban population in terms of providing nutrition to all. Mainstreaming these millets to the food plate depends on how we generate the demand. So demand really triggers the way the area expansion can happen. So the topic now is how they are good for planet, how they are good for the farmers. Because it is always said, our studies in terms of analysis of drought years and the income to the farmers, it has analyzed the fact that these crops are insurance by themselves because they complete their life cycle in short period of time when there are periods of drought, and the crops like cotton, corn in the areas where they cannot sustain better when there is a very less amount of water or rainfall, these crops fail, and that's how we have seen globally and even in India, the kind of farmer suicides, the uh, fact of not getting the incomes from these crops, including cotton and maize in severe drought, is supported by the fact that these millets have provided the livelihood security, nutrition security, and food security in the drought situations. That's how these crops, which require less than 450 to 500 millimeters of water, are the crops which are short duration in nature, full of nutrition dense profile in the grains what they have, but they provide also the fodder, or even the green fodder or the dry store, what we call them, for the nutrition security of the country for the cattle. So the entire scenario we are looking at is how we can breed these crops which would be surviving in the drought scenario, less rainfall scenario, and for different ecosystems of tribal agriculture, hilly regions, and for the plains where they become part of their culture. Therefore, globally, if we look at whether it is Africa or India or Southeast Asia or China or you go to USA, they are all there. But only thing is we consider them to be with a kind of stigma that they are of low value. But now today we understand their value in terms of the fact that they are highly nutritious. That's how we are looking at the alternate grains which provide us better nutrition and good health and good life. And it is good for the farmers. Why I am telling is basically that they are the insurance in themselves, because they complete their life cycles even in the severest of the drought situations, yet they provide grains, the fodder, and the store. That is what the livelihood security would need. But with the millet mission coming in the with the government of India support in 14 states we are working with, we are trying to bring them to the glory of the fact that mainstreaming them in the governmental programs, providing the food in terms of convenience as the global database on millet food products, what we could see today. This all will make them more prominent, and our search for alternate staples would end with the millets because they will provide you good health and good life for the society. So this, with this preamble, I'm handing it over to Venkatesh Bhatt, who would be talking to you on the specifics of what these millets are in terms of the fact that how they are good for the farmer and how they are good for this planet. So over to Venkatesh Bhatt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think I start with the sharing of slides. Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think, I think Dr. Vilas Tonapi has summarized about what it is to have millets and how they are good for planet and farmers. So at IMR, because we exclusively work on millets, we try to have the millets cultivation to be transformed from subsistence farming to a commercial focus on a global competitive mode through improved and sustainable production technology, value addition and marketing, and to make use of the multiple utilities that these crops offer. Yeah, these are, as you know, millets are called as resource smart and climate smart because they can manage with the minimum resources as well as they respond well to more resources. And here we have C4 crops which are highly adaptable and they are efficient biomass producers. So because of high biomass, we have high grain yield as well as high fodder yield. And also for as a biofuel, we find that the millet such as sorghum is a very potential candidate which makes less use of water and provides maximum biomass. Then we also have hybrids in these crops which are high yielding, which give 30 to 50% more yield than varieties. So these are all having implications for farmers to make a profitable farming using millets. And of course, there are multiple uses already Dr. Tonapi talked about. Then they also provide a sustainable food solution in a changing climate, because these are all dryland crops which are dependent on rain, and they are grown in the marginal soils with very less water and very less fertility as well. And ironically, these the climates which are very harsh, in the sense they have very high temperature, wherever things like permanent are grown, they are also really any other crops will not grow in such climate, but the pearl millet grows. And there are also some hilly climate where we find that most of the small millets, they grow and give good yield even for a short duration. So these are all adopted for small holder farmers production system. That's an advantage for millets in Asia and Africa. So we see that most of them, they produce from seed to seed in 60 to 90 days, and a few of them, they maybe they will take up to 100 and 120 days compared to other fine grains. And they adopt to wide range of soil conditions and also fertility levels. They respond to good fertilizer inputs in improved farm condition, and they also make good use of fertilizer and water whenever it is available. And above all, this also gives biodiversity on the farm, so that reduces the pest and climate risk for the farmer, and the farmer's stability of the production increases. So to summarize about the goodness of millets, they take less and give more. They take less in terms of resources, and they give more in terms of the nutrition and also the sustainability. And I think this is about some of the data about the requirement of water for different crops, wherein we find that sorghum and pearl millet, they have, and also finger millet, they have very less water requirement. And the world production of different millets, if we look at, we find that the maximum contribution to production is from sorghum, which is about 67%, and then pearl millet is about 24% contribution. So this is in terms of the production of around 95 million tons each year the world produces. And of course, this is 2016 data, but the overall change is not much during last 3-4 years compared to, say, for example, earlier last 10 or 15 years there was more change, but now it is last 4 years it's not so much changing. And then if you see, most of the countries are growing these millets. So sorghum is grown in 91 countries, and the pearl millet in 40 countries, proso millet or common millet in 36 countries, mostly in Europe, Russia, and those regions, and foxtail millet in China and other countries. And if you look at the yield per hectare, it is also higher. It's more than 10 tons for most of the crops. The highest is in foxtail millet in China. That is followed by the finger millet. Most of it is in India. Then we have proso millet and sorghum, which is again grown in more than 36 or 91 countries. So the productivity range is fairly good, and but we find a lot of variation across nations. Then how it is good for farmer. This summarizes all the good things about how it is good for farmers. They are short duration crops. They have very low water requirement and ensure yield under less rainfall. And they make good contingent crops. If there is a failure of any main crop, then they can grow millets. And important nutritional fact is that they are naturally organic. So they have a premium price in markets in the developed countries and also in urban clusters in developing countries. And they also provide green and dry fodder in for the farmers, because most of these dryland farming is integration of animal as well as the crop component. So animals also get the fodder, the green as well as dry fodder. So this is an important, important contribution of millets. Then for environment, they are good because they enhance the resilience of agriculture in terms of income and livelihood, which is not affected because they are photosensitive and they are C4 crops. There are some photosensitive varieties also developed because they are suitable. For example, we have post-rainy season sorghum in India, which are photosensitive, but then that is to increase their adaptability for such conditions. Then they also withstand high temperature, and they have low carbon and water footprints. And there is an important point is that there is no major pest and diseases that require hazardous inorganic chemicals, but then challenges often come. That's why it's a near absence. Say, for example, we had a fall armyworm infestation in India, and we find that right now there is no other method other than chemical control of this pest. Then there are, we also have data to show that the energy intensive cereals like rice are not so farmer friendly compared to the millets. So we see that the fertilizer and the machinery which are presented here, they are least required for finger millet and pearl millet and sorghum compared to say rice or wheat or maize. So that is the how energy intensity is not there in millets. Then also the greenhouse gases, if you see the emission of greenhouse gases, it is more in rice and wheat and then maize, then come all the millets. So that way we find that millets are both farmer as well as environmental friendly. So from a farmer's perspective, why grow millets? Farmers, they don't grow millets all over, but they grow in such patches where nothing else can grow, or they find that it is very convenient to grow millets in such patch. So basically it's non-chemical. They don't have to spend much on fertilizers or pesticides, and they also maintain agrobiodiversity. Mixed farming is also very much in practice in different parts of the world where different millets and other crops are grown together. Then there is no need of irrigation and the porous soils are okay. And they are traditionally adopted, so there is no need of having any energy input. So it's a zero energy input. They fit well in zero input agriculture, and they also offer nutrition security, water security, and livelihood and ecological security. Then we also find that in the future, the production of different crops such as wheat and rice are being affected based on the data what we have from the empirical models or crop yield weather data models. We find that the wheat is threatened because of climate change, and the rising CO2 levels are also affecting the nutritional value of C3 food crops such as rice, which is a reason for concern. And African countries are increasingly turning to rice consumption, and there is a shortage of rice in Africa already, who are importing it from Asia. And even in Asia, we find that there is a decreasing rice yield, especially in places like Japan. And then the crop yield weather data also shows that precipitation and temperature are which are in the change the climate scenario, they seem to favor millets such as pearl millet, and even rainy season rice is becoming more vulnerable to climate change because of erratic rains and lesser rains. So then maize and sorghum, they seem to be having advantage because they are replacing rice in many locations. Then economically, we see that because rainfall is a key factor in the yields levels of millets, so there is a significant effect of rainfall alone, because these are all water saving crops. So it makes sense that wherever we have a poor soils and rainfall, whether it maybe it's erratic, is available at intermittent stages, they can be the millets can be grown. And so it is good for farmers again in this scenario where the climate change is driving the change in the cropping pattern. So finally, what can make the millets good for farmers and society is to have these traditional crops as the value proposition foods, value added foods to adapt to modern food habits. Then organic cultivation and consumption, which is coming up in many crops of the many parts of the world. And the climate change resilience, technological advances in the millets post-harvesting and the food processing. I think this I'm not touching because this may be covered in other sessions. Then inclusion of millets in the governmental programs on subsidized food and food. food grains. So, for example, in India we have midday meal scheme and public distribution system. So millets are being included. Dr. Vilas Tonapi talked about the millet mission. So in India, Indian government has planned for an investment of around 2,000 crores over 5 years in the millet mission as a precursor to the upcoming international year of millets in 2023. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Venkat and Dr. Vilas. Very useful, good scientific data there. I have a question for both of you. So first of all, Dr. Vilas, if I can ask you, so IIMR has been very unique and innovative in that they've started from a production institute and moved into the whole agribusiness side as well. And you started your presentation with saying that that we have, for growth in the industry, it has to be driven by generating demand. Now, I've always struggled myself with how do we balance this chicken and egg situation? We need to drive demand, but it needs the supply. And if we drive supply, we don't have the demand there. It's an issue as well. And then we'll get price fluctuations, and then it's difficult for farmers. So how do you think this should be tackled in moving forward? We know there's going to be growth in the industry. So how should we tackle this during this time to try to ensure we don't have as many fluctuations and balancing the supply and demand? What role should the government play? What role should researchers play or other stakeholders? How can we reduce the risks that the farmers will be very much exposed to? Thanks, Dr. Vilas.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. I think this question is universal in nature for the fact that how we are going to balance the demand and supply scenario, and how governments can help and what institutions can do. So this three-pronged strategy involves the basic idea of creating markets, bringing them into a real picture. All these grains lost their prominence because they did not see any market where to dispose of. So earlier days, it was basically a sustainable livelihood for which it was produced. But today, whether it is urban or rural ecosystem, both are looking for these alternate grains. So if you see the Indian scenario only, we are skewed in terms of supply by 40%. So there is a demand, but the supply is limited. That's how the prices are very, very high. So that's how the government has come into picture to see that these millets are also taken to non-traditional states, non-traditional areas, non-traditional agricultural ecosystem production systems. So for example, how we can really mainstream them in terms of diverse agriculture, that is also is an issue for government of India. For example, Punjab, UP, Bihar, it's a wheat and rice cultivation system. So there is no diversity in agriculture. When the water itself is coming down, governments wants that diversity in agriculture should also improve. So we feel that as an institute, our job is to evolve better varieties and hybrids which withstand climate vagaries and become more relevant to the climate change scenario, plus build ecosystem of entrepreneurship around them and the business opportunities for these millets, so that consumer who wants these grains in his food plate would get these supplies from the areas that will come from the non-traditional areas. For example, in Punjab, our sorghum yields are to the tune of 7 ton to 8 tons, and also from the rice fallow areas. In the foxtail millet or small millets, average is less than a ton. If we go to the one irrigation plus ecosystem, it increases to 3.5 to 4 tons. So that is how the production ecosystem also can be balanced. So pushing these crops to non-traditional area is also the key. Governments should involve the states in demand generation, awareness creation, better diversity in the food plate, involving all stakeholders, institutions, research institutions, agriculture departments, the consumers, this what you call the industry, plus the what you call including the people who are in the service for hotel industry, chefs of the industry. So create diversity, create interest, create culinary what you call attractiveness, so that it attracts from children to the what you call the elders, so that our food plates are diversified and we get better nutrition from these millets. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vilas. That was a good insight. So you're saying there's multiple initiatives that can be taken on both sides, on the demand side and the supply side, and we need to push with all of those. Okay, very useful. Thank you. Dr. Venkat, if I can ask you two very quick questions. We've got to be a bit careful on time, and I may ask these same questions to our African colleagues later. The first question is, what do you think is the potential to further increase the yields of millets and sorghum, and what may be the main hindrances or hurdles to doing that? So what's needed to achieve it, or what's stopping it being achieved, and how much potential is there still that's untapped? So that's on the yield side. And then on the other side, as part of the concerns in agriculture has been monocropping. Do you think, now we hail millets and sorghum as being particularly good for the planet, but is there a risk that millet and sorghum may also end up being monocropped, and then there could be negative effects there? So over to you, Dr. Venkat.
Thank you, Dr. Joanna. The first question, that's about the productivity and the global productivity, most specific focus on African nations perhaps. And what we find, especially in these crops, sorghum and pearl millet, we have hybrids which have very high potential. Dr. Pranapi just now he said we get up to 7 tons in resource intensive cultivation. So the potential is already available in these crops, whereas that is not so much available in other millets. For example, in finger millet, it is lower. We get up to 4 to 5 tons. It's only varieties because we still don't have hybrids. And also in foxtail millet, China claims to have hybrids, but then we don't have in any other countries. Then in other millets, we still don't have improved varieties. So the hybrids are far away. So the yield levels are most in, if you take of Africa, where sorghum and pearl millet and fonio and teff, I think they are the major millets. So in the first 2 crops, hybrids are available. Chris et al. Has done a lot of work in developing and adopting these hybrids in different African nations. And wherever it is adopted, the yield levels are higher. And so one of the important things may be that the hybrid seed production and adaptation for particular African countries that need to be worked upon more intensively, because every country has a specific cultivation condition and season, and also utilization. So that needs to be worked out, but then potential is already there for these 2 crops. And yeah, the second part of the question is about the monocropping, whether these millets also lead to monocropping. This has to be, this is somewhat contradictory to the first one, I should say. So if you look at the productivity per se, then monocropping is very good. People want to have more crop per area. But if we wish to have a biodiversity, so then we should not have monocropping. But if we don't have monocropping, that means there should be more than 1 crop in a particular farm or particular area. So because each crop has different nutrition requirement, different crop duration, and different kind of growth conditions. So one of the crop at least is going to suffer when we go for a mixed cropping or any other such conditions where we don't want to have monocropping. So that had been our traditional way of agriculture in most of the countries, where we have mixed cropping and different crops in the same farm, and that doesn't give the highest yields that we need to have. Whereas that gives good adaptability and it ensures against any failure of rains, any adverse conditions like flood or drought and so on. So we have two challenges in millets. One is we have to have varieties which are suitable for mixed cropping system, where farmers just want to grow a millet and get a good decent crop, maybe for family consumption. And the second thing is about intensive cropping, where people are looking at producing more millets per area and then go for value addition and consumption and going to the different markets, global markets, and sell them and make them popular. Yeah, I think
Okay,
that
great. Yes, thank you. So yeah, very good. So we design for the multiple cropping and other sides. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vilas and Dr. Venkat. Very, very insightful and helpful. So we'll move to our next two speakers who are going to talk about, so we've had good for the planet, good for the farmer. Now, how are millets and sorghum good for you? So their nutrition and health benefits. And I'm extremely pleased to announce, first of all, Dr. Anantha, who's from the National Institute of Nutrition here in India. So he's a food chemist and nutrition analyst at the Institute. His main area of research work is in food composition and analysis, and he has extensively worked for development or standardization of analytical methods to quantify various nutrients and bioactive substances using sophisticated instruments. And he is one of the authors of the very exciting, the Blue Book, as we call it, the Indian food composition book that came out a few years ago. I was very excited to be able to be at the launch, because it'd been about 50 years since India had undertaken a major effort to collate the nutrition composition of all its major foods available. And I know it took a couple of years to do that. So it was a huge and very beneficial output for the country. Another area of his work is to quantify bioactive phytonutrients and measure their free radical scavenge capabilities in functional foods. It's a very important work. He also works on food biodiversity and food systems of different indigenous populations to study the availability and accessibility and consumption patterns for the food and nutrition security of the population. So very, very concerned with how to overcome any nutrition or health issues for the country. He has guided Smart Food, and we've really appreciated Dr. Anantha's guidance for what we do in Smart Food. His wisdom and his kindness in helping us has been really appreciated. Now, also joining Dr. Anantha is Dr. Anita, who is the nutritionist at Smart Food at ICRISAT, the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. Anita started her career in the field of food safety and nutrition, with a focus on science-backed innovations by integrating health, agriculture, and nutrition technologies to reduce malnutrition, and especially on the most vulnerable groups like the first 1,000 days. She received Most Promising Scientist for ICRISAT, a promising young scientist for ICRISAT, and she's had a lot of work also in the food safety field and with aflatoxins. She's got a master's in biochemistry and also in dietetics and food service management, and her PhD in food service. She's worked for 7 years in Malawi, Tanzania, Myanmar, and India. And she's been leading the Smart Food work and working very closely with NIN. And so we're very happy to have this joint presentation, and I hand over to, I think Dr. Ananthan is going to go first. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to One and all, thank you so much, Dr. Joyna, for your elaborative introduction of myself and Dr. Anita. And I am very much pleasure to be with this part of Millet Expo Tech 2020. And of course, on set for this program, I would like to thank Joanna for making this great effort to making joining all the different types of different varieties of stakeholders, those who are working across the country in the millets. Being I'm a scientist in NIN, I thought of sharing my experiences or the data which we have collected for the particularly on the millets, which is good for you or the consumers. As Dr. Joyna said, so myself and Dr. Anita, we are going to talk in this topic, good for you. Millet is good for you. I'll start my presentation. Am I audible to everyone? And my slides are visible to everyone?
Yeah, visible. Please go ahead.
Yes, very, very good.
Yeah, as Dr. Joyna said initially during my introduction, being NIN is responsible for the updation of Indian food composition tables, time to time. And recently in 2017, we released the latest Indian food composition tables, which consist of more than 500 key foods which consumed in India, and more than 200 nutrient and phytonutrient, bioactive phytonutrient components in this one. So how we, generally I just have a brief note on this, how we have done this, the food composition, because in this, the recent food composition analysis, two important factors are very, very, it's unique in terms of the food analysis. The first one is identifying the key foods. The key foods is nothing but it's consumed by more than 75% of the population of country. It's key foods, and we identified the key foods, and the sampling of each key foods we conducted across India. So these two criteria we have followed, and the samples also collected across India, which is consumed by the people, particularly in the market, and those samples we have analyzed. As I said, more than 550 samples. For this presentation, I just restricted to the millets which we have collected, and I also would like to compare the nutritional efficiency of the millets with the commonly consumed rice and wheat, where we can see the millets are good for us. So India, what we did, we divided into 6 regions: north, south, east, west, center, and northeast. And in all the regions, which covers more than 100, almost 107 sampling sites, you can see here in each states how many number of the sampling sites we have identified. These sampling sites which covers different ecological conditions, agroclimatic conditions, even the soil types, agriculture practice. So in order to cover all these different variations, so we have spreaded our sample collection centers across India, which covers 107 primary sample collection spots. Once the sample collection spots are identified, what we did, so we dispersed the people from Hyderabad to respective sample collection centers. Again, in order to make this the regional specific composition analysis, we decided to club only the specific regions. For example, the north zones, we made the Delhi as a regional composite center. Then the south, Bangalore is a composite center, and center is Varanasi, west is Mumbai, east is Kolkata, and the northeast is Guwahati. So what we did after reaching to the respective sample collection center, so we collected the samples and then we brought back to the respective homogenized center or this pool center where I explained. Then from here, we transported by air to the Hyderabad for the nutrient analysis. though we have analyzed, as I said, individual zone wise, 6 zone wise, for the national representative nutrients, we have taken the mean of all the data, all the 6 regions as a representation. The single value, we have used the mean plus or minus with standard deviation of all the 6 regions, which is given in our database. So as I told you initially, so there are the 5 millets we have collected across India, and that's what I just wanted to share in this presentation. I also would like to compare these nutritional value with the rice and the wheat, which is major staple foods of our country. The coming from the starting, which is the macronutrients, the protein, fat, ash, and the fiber and carbohydrate. So you can see uh, the the protein content of the pearl millet and the little millet is little higher side, higher than the other it's a small millet, the finger millet, and also it's a comparable with the whole wheat. I have taken here only the whole wheat. uh, I have not included the wheat flour here because we are comparing the all the millets as a whole, this whole cereals, whole millets. And eventually, if you look at the dietary fiber, it's very good when compared with the different millets, particularly the pearl millet and the finger millets are having very good dietary fiber. And because of this protein and dietary fiber, the little higher side, the carbohydrate content is little in the lower side. And similarly, coming to the different water soluble vitamins which we analyzed, you can see here when compared with the rice, the thiamine content or the vitamin B1 content, it is exceptionally higher in all the millets which we analyzed. And because of this, the whole seeded, whole wheat, and this is little higher side compared to the rice. Whereas the millets are very good in the thiamine and other the riboflavin vitamin B, B2, and slowly even the B5 also is good. But especially if you look at the B6, the first two, pearl millet and sorghums, are better than other millets, even the rice and wheat. And similarly, the folate content also is good when compared with the rice. So obviously, all the millets are good for the folic acid rich. And coming to the fat soluble vitamins, which analyzed all A, D, E, K. Here also you can see actually here I forgot to give the English name here. The overall tocopherol, which is vitamin E, you can see bajra is very good when compared with no, the first one is it is a little millet. Little millet is better, then followed by the bajra. When you compare with the rice, of course, little higher tocopherol also estimated in the whole wheat. And then D2, first time we estimated in Indian foods. And this ragi or the finger millet shows very rich in the vitamin D2. Similarly, vitamin K1 is a phyloquinone. Jowar is shown to be exceptionally very rich, or the sorghum. Jowar is nothing but the sorghum, shown to be very rich in vitamin K1 among the millets. Similarly, you can see the carotenoid profile. In the carotenoid profile, the pearl millet is shown to be very good in individual carotenoids as well as the total carotenoids. And even if you look at the different glucose or the free sugars and the starch, you can see the starch content is little higher in the rice compared to the millets. It's always the millets are lesser side of the starch, and the glucose also less when you compare with the rice and wheats, which is good for our health. And coming to the minerals, of course, the minerals, if you look at the iron and zinc, most of the millets are better in the iron and zinc content compared to the rice. Exceptionally, if you see the zinc content, pearl millet is 2.76 compared to the rice. Even the copper content also higher in the finger millet. And the very important thing is the calcium. Calcium in the 3 digits, 364 when you compare with the all other millets and cereals. So now obviously the finger millet is very good for calcium. Coming to the fatty acid profile, so I have given only the selected fatty acids, where you can see very clearly that the mono unsaturated fatty acid and the polyunsaturated fatty acids are in the higher side, which is good for our health. Similarly, you can see the amino acid profile also. Though the amino acid profiles are ups and downs in terms of different millets and the even the cereals and wheats, and even the lysine content also, it's ups and downs. But if you look at the overall essential amino acid content, it is obviously on par with the rice, and it is exclusively more in the koto millet.
Dr. Ananthan, sorry, yeah. Dr. Ananthan, we'll just have to be a bit careful on time. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. I just about to finish in the 2 slides.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Apart from this nutritional profile, also it is very important to look at the phytonutritional importance of the millets, where we have seen different polyphenolic contents, where you can see most of the polyphenol contents are very rich in the millets, whatever we have analyzed. So this is my last slide. Thank you so much. Now, second presenter, Anita, will continue. And if any questions are there, then we can take at the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ananthan. Thank you, Joanna. I'm going to talk on how these millets are very good in improving nutritional status. Sorry for that. Okay, so Dr. Ananthan just now showed the several slides on how millets are really superior compared to rice and comparable with wheat. They are rich in iron, they are rich in calcium, they are rich in the zinc content, and they are having low GI, so it is good for managing diabetes. So now I'm going to talk on how these millets are good in improving nutritional status, and I'm going to pick some examples from our studies that was conducted in both Asia and Africa. So first I'm going to talk about the studies, school feeding studies. Next slide, please. For the first time, we have introduced millets in school feeding in Karnataka state of India, where we introduced pearl millet, finger millet, and little millet in just by replacing rice in some of the popular dishes of the particular community. So we have done it in a very culturally sensitive way. So next slide, please. When we formulated the recipes with the millet, these 3 millets, we formulated several recipes because we had to incorporate these recipes into the 7 days menu cycle. And you can see all these newly formulated recipes with the millets are highly superior compared to the standard meals, which are actually fortified rice with the sambar. Sambar is pigeon pea stew. So compared to that regular food, all the millet based food that we have served were really having very good iron content and zinc and calcium and magnesium. So the finger millet recipes are the ones which were really having high calcium levels, and pearl millet and little millet recipes were having high iron and zinc levels. Next slide, please. And it is also because these recipes are made with combining pulses, various pulses and vegetables, we can see the protein, fat and fat, fiber and energy levels are also very high compared to the standard meals. And also these food, when we were served for continuously 3 months on an everyday daily basis, it also helped in improving the nutritional status of the adolescent children in terms of height and weight. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, the acceptance, when it comes for when we come for acceptance level, all these recipes that was formulated with the millets were having high acceptance, being a new formulation, like it was introduced newly to those children. Still the acceptance was more than 4, scale out of 5 scale, it was all more than 4.5. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So,
and Anita, sorry, we're a little short on time. Maybe
okay,
if you, yeah, just give one summary on Tanzania, and then if we've got time at the end, we can come back for more studies. Thank you. Sorry, Anita.
Sure. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to give some examples also from Tanzania and Kenya. And we have also introduced millets in school feeding program in Tanzania, where we found the acceptance was still very high. Finger millet porridge was introduced. Their regular meal was usually they were consuming maize porridge. So now we introduced finger millet porridge again in a culturally sensitive way, and having a participatory approach showed it changed the perception on millet. So the more than 80% of the children actually they changed their negative perception on millet, and the acceptability was again very high. And in Kenya, again, we introduced millets, and we, through the Smart Food Ambassadors, we could able to reach more than 60,000 households, where again it changed, having a right message on nutritional content of the millet and how it can improve the nutritional status of the household members. It actually improved the dietary diversity of the children up to 100%, and then for a woman it improved more than 20%. Next slide, please. And when we have introduced the millet in a complementary food, where we integrated the intervention by giving a message on food safety and preparation on complementary porridge, and also introducing a complementary porridge with the multiple ingredients. It improved the dietary diversity. It also improved the nutritional status of the children. Next slide, please. And that is the last slide. You can see the underweight status of the children actually improved reduced by more than 30%, and wasting status reduced by 100%. And by introducing millets and the legumes and vegetables, aflatoxin exposure also reduced. So it was totally safe and highly nutritious food, and thereby it actually improved the infant and young child feeding practice. And within 81 days, which is a very shorter period, the nutritional status also improved. So these are some examples from different countries, from India, Malawi, and Tanzania. Where we actually achieved the improvement in nutritional status by introducing the millet in their midday meal and also at the household level.
All right. Thank you very much, Anita and Dr. Ananthan. That was great to have both the nutrition sort of composition and then examples of application. Sorry, if we have time at the end, we'll come back to questions. So that was useful. I'm going to go straight into, I'll introduce the next two speakers so we can run straight into both. Both are our ICRISAT's regional directors, Dr. Ramajitha Tabu, who is the director for West and Central Africa, and then Rebi Harara, who is our director for East and Southern Africa. So we'll get a very good insight and perspective from Africa, having both of them. And Dr. Ramajita, who a very special person because he was one of the winners of the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize. So ICRISAT was very, very privileged to have him come on board as our director. And then Revi, who joined us recently, only I think the beginning of this year, who was originally with AGRA, the Alliance for the Green Revolution in Africa. And so they both come with very distinguished backgrounds. And I'd now like to hand over to Dr. Ramajita, and we'll follow him by Dr. Revi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I know you're short of time, so I will try to go take 5 minutes, 1 minute per slide. I have 5 slides. I think it may take me a bit longer to try to share my slide, but let me see. I'll do it right now. Share the screen, and then I think I'll pick it here. And then I say share. Sorry, technology sometimes is not as obvious as we can.
Yeah, it's coming up. We can see it, and if you put it on full screen, then it will.
I go and put it on full screen.
Thank you, Ramajita.
Okay. Okay, so thanks and good afternoon, colleagues from India. Here is it's just about 7:45. So Joanna got me to wait to get up around 4:30 this morning. So I think she's going to have to send me some coffee, good coffee, so that I can keep awake. So anyway, it was a pleasure to join you. So I'm going to briefly tell you about what are the opportunities for market of sorghum and millet, and also collaboration between Asia and Africa on sorghum and millet. And I think colleagues have already said, the previous presenter said that sorghum and millet are very important food staple crops in Asia and Africa, and that's the case here. In fact, I have grown on millet and sorghum porridge. I remember when we were in Uganda for a meeting, the Director General of the Uganda National Program said that, he's tall because he has eaten a lot of millet and sorghum. That's why he's so tall, and that people who eat maize and rice are short. So this is again one of the advantages of sorghum and millet. If you have children, get them to eat that and they will be healthy and all. But it's a very important crop. But unfortunately, the processing of these products remains still very traditional. There are not enough factories, particularly in Africa, to process sorghum and millet into food products. The awareness also of some of the nutrition-dense varieties, biofortified millets and things, is very low. And we need to promote those improved hybrids and biofortified varieties that are rich in iron and zinc. We need to promote them more so that farmers can grow them. The adoption rate also of these varieties is low. Here we gave an example of sorghum, which is only about 25% adoption rate on average in the dry areas of Africa, West and Central Africa, and about 18% for millet. So again, it's an issue of extension, promoting, and getting the awareness up. This figure here gives you an indication of the market share of processed products of pearl millet in Nigeria. Nigeria is quite advanced compared to the other countries in West Africa in terms of processing millet and sorghum for different uses. You can see here that there is one of the products called Fura, which is a very good product. I think it's millet mixed with milk and things, and it is healthy for children, and even grown-up people can take that and spend the whole day. If you take it, it's so heavy that you don't need to eat anything else after that. So that is about 40% of how millet is used in Nigeria. The next one is Bula, and then you can see the other uses, products that are being made out of millet in Nigeria. But there are also opportunities that we can tap on to improve the industrial processing of sorghum and millet in West and Central Africa. You see the lady on the picture there, young lady who has a factory here in Bamako in Mali, and she processes sorghum into different products, flour, and also couscous and others, except that she needs some kind of investment, more investment money that can support her, but she's doing her best. I think USAID has helped her to increase her activities. Joanna, also when she visited Mali, I think you remember we visited her, and she's really trying to get that kind of processing going. So we need to explore linkages that can be made with industrial actors that will generate agricultural surplus. I think policies can also help in that. The government, instead of just really saying that there's malnutrition, I think if they can really also help some of the small and medium enterprises to really step up their activities, that will go a long way to help solve the problem of malnutrition in West and Central Africa. Again, I think this is what we're saying here, that we need some kind of policy that are adopted, and the public-private partnership is very important to also get the products in the hands of those industries, as well as getting them to the market. There is also things like the enriched flour that is being used, so that there's market for it now. You can go into some supermarkets in West Africa and find some small package of millet flour or sorghum flour, and I think that's what needs to be made to add value to the products of millet and sorghum. So the research and industry should really work together to get this kind of activities up and then add the market value to the products. Opportunities for collaboration between Africa and Asia. We've been talking about that with colleagues in Asia, and I think there could be joint venture between value chain actors that can look at the different segments in West and Central Africa and India. We focus on capacity building. I mean, there's a lot of experience in India, so we can get people to go there, even private sector people to get some training. And we need to intensify the development and release of nutrient-dense crops that are rich in iron and zinc, and also develop nutrition and food processing laboratories that can be used here to test some of these materials. So I think with that, Joanna, I saved some minutes for you, and thank you for those. Those are just really some brief notes for discussion later. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Ramajita. A really good insight for Western and Central Africa. If I can hand over to Rebi Harari, Dr. Rebi, if she can take over from here. Right. Are you on mute, Rebi?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Are you able
Okay.
to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Maybe put it in full view, full screen view. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share on the East and Southern Africa perspective. I am going to be very quick because a lot of the things have already been said. So I'll go straight to the introduction, and as I said, a lot has been said, and I'm not going to belabor on these points. But just to highlight that in case of East and Southern Africa, there is a great opportunity here because of the arid and semi-arid areas, particularly here in East Africa. And because of that, governments in this region, they consider these millets and sorghum as priority crops. In fact, they are ranked as the third priority crops. When it comes to nutrition, I think a lot has been said. The concentration of nutrients like calcium and micronutrients I think makes these crops to be classified as super crops. In fact, there was a blog which classified this as among the top 5 super crops as far as nutrition is concerned. In terms of use beyond food, we are seeing a lot into the feed and malting industry in this region. Despite of all the importance of these crops, we still have a lot of challenges, particularly on the development of the value chain. One key challenge is the changing food habits and consumer acceptance. I think the earlier speaker mentioned that these crops are not really new, they have been there, but at some point, I think they were neglected. In fact, they used to be classified as orphaned crops. Now we need to go back and start reminding ourselves about these crops and their importance. So there is really little knowledge on their high nutritional contents. People say that 1 out of the 3 who are even consuming these foods, they have no idea on their nutritional content. But today, I think we have the privilege of analyzing, which we have already seen, I think, from the previous speakers. Less developed value chain, as I said, limited market information, and organized grain markets. On the production side, there is lack of clear seed system. Despite that, ICRISAT and the National Agricultural Research Systems have released a number of varieties, including some of the hybrids in sorghum. We have very dysfunctional seed system as far as taking seed to the farmers are concerned. And of course, coupled with low investments in doing more research. Just to give you an idea of the production that we see in East Africa, generally here Tanzania is ranking high on production of sorghum, followed by South Sudan. A similar trend is seen on millets, Tanzania, but now with Kenya as the second. Domestic supply, giving an example of Kenya, I think we see a lot of different products, feed, processing food, and of course, people use a lot of seed as the recycled seed, but generally there is a good trend as far as production or domestic supply is concerned, that there's an increasing trend, which is very good. Market opportunities, I think, as I said in the earlier slide, there are a number of market opportunities for these small grains. On the production side, being a staple food, it's very critical for these same arid areas. We can be assured of resilient supply chain even in the times of drought. The health benefits cannot be, overemphasized. We have heard a lot. There are opportunities in case of, blending with crops like maize and cassava, which are common cereals in these regions. And this can be taken even with other flours like wheat for confectionaries. Again, as I said, in East Africa, in East and Southern Africa, there is a huge opportunity for the brewery industries, animal feed, as well as export market. Demand is projected to increase by 2050. For sorghum, it's expected to reach about 30 million metric tons, up from 11.8 million metric tons. Similar trend is also expected for the millets. Just to give you also, what is happening is a lot of, farmers who are producing, they have now looked at different ways of increasing the market value by, threshing and adding value adding. A lot of education is being done to the young children in schools, particularly their nutrition, and some of the schools have adopted these products, as you have heard, in their school menus. Lots of opportunities for products. Kenya is, I think, leading in this region. Several products that you see in the supermarkets for breakfasts, cereals from these millets. And a lot of them, they are now finding themselves on the tables of the middle class people in towns. There are also opportunities for recipes which you can find. For example, ICRISAT and other partners, they have been able to give out some recipes that people can adopt. And some of these recipes are now part of the products that you see in hotels in the morning, serving them as breakfast. As I said, flour blending is a good opportunity, and the Kenya government has made a deliberate initiative to action on this blending, with the goal of, yes, food security, but also creating the opportunity for import substitution, building resilience and nutritional security. Now, how do we build a strong value chain? Definitely, we need to have a number of actors, but government is going to be a key partner, being a focal point, creating an enabling environment for the entire value chain actors, running from the seed systems all the way to marketing and consumption. Private sector plays a very key role for these value chains, and we need to make sure that we are working very closely, and government need to recognize that. And utilization, again, as I said, very key. Briefly, this is what I wanted to share with you from the East and Southern Africa perspective. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rebi and Dr. Ramajita. Very, very good insights. Now, actually, I misread the time, but so we have time, which is good. So we've got time to understand this in a little more detail. And I've got a number of questions here. I'm going to start with Dr. Anantha and Dr. Anitha with a couple of questions, and then to Dr. Rebi and Ramajita. So Dr. Ananthan, you gave very good insights into the whole composition, very wide range composition in the millets and sorghum. And now very, very topical right now because of COVID is the whole immunity and how to build immunity. And we're assuming that's going to continue to be important. Do millet particular benefits? Could you give some insights into that?
Yeah, it's a very important question because the current situation also it is, we are in a pandemic of COVID where we need a lot of immunity. And yes, of course, I have colleagues from the dietetics background. There are a number of colleagues, they have included a lot of millets in the recent dietary patterns. Because of, as I said in the last slides, which shows clearly that there are a lot of benefits from the phytonutritional point of view. Because generally, apart from the nutrients, both the macronutrients and micronutrients, which are also eventually important for this kind of the immunity enhancement, the main component is the phytonutrients. So if you look at the millets, there are all the millets across all the 5 different millets what we have analyzed, the phytonutrient content is exceptionally higher than rice and wheats, which clearly shows that you can use it for your enhancement of immunity. And practically, my dietitian colleagues, they are using for for treating or during this under the the infection stage.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ananthan. Okay, so I will ask now then, and Dr. Anitha, If you could also give a little more detail on, you've had experience on the ground in the rural areas with the nutrition side of millets and sorghum. Can you give specific examples of how nutrition can be more closely integrated to the agricultural initiatives? How can we link them a lot stronger?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joanna. I'm going to tell from my perspective, and I believe in integrating nutrition in all the levels. I believe in taking value chain approach, because nutrition, when it comes for nutrition, it's not just cooking, or it's not just preparing recipes and training people on recipes, because it's only the end product. So this should be started from the time of production, making sure the right variety is actually reaching the community, the farmer community, nutritious varieties reaching. There are high iron varieties. Finger millets are generally, they are all high in calcium, but there are some varieties specifically high in iron. So those varieties should be picked, and actually it should be reaching the farmer community. So we make sure we are actually getting the crops that are high in nutrition. And then when it comes for the next step, while processing, it's also very important to make sure to preserve the processing that can preserve the nutrition and also nutrient content, and also which can improve the nutrient content, like germination and fermentation methods. And then it should be actually also, at the household level, training the community members, training the population with by integrating with other health initiatives, hygiene and food safety, and also to make sure right cooking practice, right household level processing practice, to ensure nutrition is retained in the final product. So I believe in taking this the entire value chain approach, and that's how we can integrate with the various agriculture activities like crop production improvement and post-harvest management.
Okay,
and marketing.
Right, thanks, Dr. Anita. So I'm going to ask Dr. Rebi and Dr. Ramajita, you run very large. How can information from Dr. Anantha or Dr. Anita, how can nutritionists provide better information or different information, or how can they contribute to the agricultural programs to make your programs richer or more valuable? So over to Dr. Ramajita, I see your picture, and then over to Dr. Rebi.
Yeah, I think, thanks, Joanna. I think the information provided by Dr. Anita is quite useful, and our breeders, sorghum and millet breeders, have been working with the gender analysis, gender specialist, to look at all these different component characteristics of the varieties first, and also with some of the nutritionists from the sister organization. We've been working with the World Vegetable Center here in Mali, for example, on the Africa Rising project, to see also the cooking, how do you mix things, how do you complement some of these materials, and how this information needs to get to the farmers is to make demonstrations, so that they go to villages and have different types of menus, different types of cooking, and then show to the farmer, the women, to see how the difference between those different varieties. But of course, you need also to see the effect. Some of the children, for example, who are not not well fed, I think they give them some of this material and then work with other partners to see what is the weight gain and things. So this information needs to be taken, and as Anita said, really the whole value chain, not just the varieties, but also how do you conserve, also preserve the grains, the way you keep them, how do you cook them, and how do you supplement them with other nutrients. Thank you.
Just to add, I think we have seen that a lot of the governments now, they are really emphasizing on food security and nutrition. And we have seen that this has been a platform where a number of crops that ordinarily farmers or consumers would not value them as important crops. They are finding themselves as a platform for bringing nutrition information. So we can actually ride on these strategies. A good example is here in Kenya, where the government has decentralized that each county should have its own food security and nutrition strategies. This is taking into consideration that I think geographically, agroecologically, these counties are sitting in different areas and they grow different crops. So apart from having a national food security and nutrition strategy, they have also emphasized on the development of the county level food and nutrition strategy. And ICRISAT has been involved in the drafting some of these food nutrition security strategies for dry land crops, which includes the millets that we are talking about. The other opportunity is also the schools. A lot of the schools in Africa, I think now they are talking about, not just agriculture, but there is also an opportunity to have school meals. These school meals, they put them on their menus. We need to work with, ministries of education, ministries of agriculture. They need to collaborate, making sure that kids should not just say we are going to have a porridge of millets or maize or whatsoever. They need to know exactly what they're feeding, what it's going to do. That's an opportunity of them growing up with the information, but also they'll take that to their parents when they go home. So we are basically not just, cultivating in the young minds, but also even the parents at home so that they're able to prepare that. The other area is the social media. I think today the social media is an area where we can all start tweeting about this nutrition information, sending blogs around, and a lot of the youth, they find this very exciting. So let's make sure that we use every opportunity, every avenue to disseminate this nutrition information. I like the way we are putting this as smart foods. Today, everything is about being smart. Let's tell the youth, if you want to be a smart youth, then you have to eat smart foods, which contains A, B, C, D. Over to you.
Thank you, Revi and Ramajita. Very good insights. And I know India has some very valuable experiences there. So I'm just going to ask everybody to say any last comments. We've still got time, but and discuss on this. But I'm actually going to ask Moses Siambi to come in. He's one of the previous speakers from another session, and he also was the previous regional director for ICRISAT for East and Southern Africa. And Moses, you had some comments in the chat box. Can you come in here?
Hi, Joanna, and hi to everybody. It's good to see my colleagues, Tabo and Rebi, and the team from the Indian Institute of Millet Research. Yeah, I think the main comment I have, Joanna, is that, of course, before I retired, we had done a lot of work linking up with India on processing and also the incubation on campus at Patanjero. But that still hasn't picked up. Of course, we have small entrepreneurs doing that, especially in my experience in Kenya. But at the government level, we haven't been able to move it so that it is a major collaboration, a bilateral collaboration between India and the individual countries to be able to bring in both the knowledge and mechanization that is required at the processing level. My next comment is, and this was also in Tabo's slide, if we are moving to hybrids, we need to move away from the utilization. In the past, especially in Eastern Africa, sorghum is for beer brewing. And there are farmers who don't want to grow a crop that is going to brew beer because of their own religious convictions. And then it is also substitution for the livestock and poultry. What do we need to do to move away and say that we cannot feed the chicken better than the human beings, that actually the sorghum or millet is good for the human beings as well, or rather actually the chicken need to be fed something else and not a high value crop like sorghum and millet. So really my comment is about how do we get to the next level of where India is now without having to reinvent the wheel in putting these good products on the table and not necessarily for livestock. Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Moses. Now I'm going to go through each person because this is stimulating different perceptives, and I'd like everybody to make a last comment on this or anything that's come through the session today. So I'll ask, I think we'll have a little insight from India and then we'll come back to Africa. So Dr. Vilas, if you'd like to start, and Venkat and Dr. Diakar, since you've come in early, you come in as well and have a comment, and then Dr. Ananthan and Anita. So over to the Indian colleagues for the perspective on this. Dr. Vilas.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. I think it was a nice insight into the going on things in millets and sorghum in Africa. And I will take back to the days when Dr. Moses Siambi visited IIMR. I think we discussed a lot during that time how we need not have to reinvent the wheel and how we can mainstream this kind of processing that has happened already in India to be taken also to Africa. So there were two issues that came into limelight. One is the machinery part of it. So how this machinery could reach the required entrepreneurs or the governmental systems from India or anywhere. That is the one thing. How it could be facilitated, maybe under South-South cooperation. I think there is a lot of money need to be tapped, which is lying unused. In fact, I think when Peter was there, there was some effort, and I think we need to really look at how with ICR and ICRISAT and CG system together can really leave our footprint on Africa and promote the efforts in the African initiative of processing of sorghum and millets, and also trying to add value in terms of mechanization that needs to happen. So if we can do that, I think we will really take forward this in a very accelerated way. So that's what I just wanted to add. So thank you.
Thank you, Vilas. Dr. Venkat, if you'd like to add something, and then we'll go to Diakar. Dr. Diakar. You're on mute, Venkat. Oh, I think you're right now.
Once again, just wishing. Who's going to speak? Venkat? What?
Yeah. So one thing that we could learn was that hybrids can be a future solution for increasing the productivity in African countries, and for that, as we know, technology is already available, and ICRISAT can be a facilitator in taking hybrids to the African nations. So with we know in countries like India, we have hybrids developed both in public and the private sector. So with the ICRISAT playing a key role and the support from the local governments of African nations, it should be possible that we can have high-yielding millet as well as sorghum in Africa, and also the seed production technology by producing in Africa itself the seeds. So it will be possible to substantially bring down the cost of the seed. So that if sorghum or millet can be grown there, there is no reason why hybrid seed production cannot be taken taking place there. So only thing is the some capacity building of for the agricultural agencies or seed production agencies and farmers may be required. So with that, it should be possible. It's only the matter of having an initiative and then taking it forward, I think. Yeah, I think about machinery, Dr. Tolapi has already told. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Dr. Dayakar, I can see you keen to come in there. This has touched on some areas very close to your heart. Go ahead, please. You can unmute, Dayakar.
Thank you, Joanna. Once again, glad to meet on a virtual platform. Moses, as my director was telling, that we met you earlier and we had a discussion and you had a guided tour about what's happening in India. Thank you that your memory is very alive and you can you brought all the things. I'm very happy to see you there on the panel. I just want to tell you that one way wherein we can try to replicate the value chain gains that India had taken up so far can be translated in the form in various African nations or even African Union, maybe Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, or somewhere to begin with. Why can't we establish one center of excellence? And similar lines that of that, because mechanization is one major factor that is really just hinging us taking the things forward in Africa. That's what my experience last time I visited Ethiopia, Addis Ababa last year through African Union, one with the Indian industry body FICCI. So I had an opportunity to go around and see the fields and also to meet some of the top officials, Ethiopian Institute of that Agriculture Research, Ethiopian Council of Agriculture Research, and also some sort of a planning body also. And then the response was very good, but how to take up, my director has already, Dr. Vilas has spoken to you, that this has to be taken at the apex level so that we can take both the IMR, ICRISAT, especially the ICR, ICRISAT, how we can take it up further. We are more than willing to really part with the knowledge that is taken up here. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Center of Excellence will provide you the mechanization part also. Apart from the product development, we will be having different product lines, including the primary processing, so that that can be just translated, and then the scaling up efforts can be later taken up. So I think that should be the beginning where we can take up. Second aspect is that while we are commercializing, I'm going to talk in the afternoon session. I think in detail I'll be taking up, but the model that Indian model seems to be very tenable and can be replicated because we are all developing nations. So there are so many similarities and the needs, whether food habits and preferences, how we can really just bring in and rediscover our traditional grains back into the plate.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar. And I think, we already have a great team here from different continents. And I think together, there's so much more that can be achieved. Yes. So Dr. Ananthan and Dr. Anitha, do you want to have any additional comments here? Dr. Ananthan, please. You're on mute, Dr. Ananthan.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much comment. One thing I just wanted to emphasize, it's very clear that the millet is good for everybody, everything. As I said, it's good for planet, good for farmer, and good for human being, even for the cattle also, as we can see from the one of the presentations. I'm sure that it needs to be promoted because somehow, because of our alternative food security, it's not a new stable crop. The millets, it's during my childhood time, I was eating more millets than rice, 35 years back. But now, because of other important the security, food security, we have left our the millets, but now we have to bring back the millets again as back to the staple foods, because as I shown very clearly that there are a lot of the benefits in terms of the nutrients, which is required for the current scenario. It's a nutrition security. So not only the nutrition security, even the food biodiversity also will be enhanced when we include the millets in our food plates. So this is very important, and there is no doubt about for the promotion of the millets African countries. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ananthan. Dr. Anita, your final comment. You have 1 foot in Africa and 1 foot in India, although you've just put 2 feet in India recently. Your final comment, please.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, as Dr. Ananthan said, yes, millets actually now we all know it is really high in nutrition and it's good for planet, good for farmer. My only concern about the millet is about the acceptance among the taste acceptance. So in now past few decades, people are used to some other staples like rice and wheat, and they are one of the major reason is also our difficulties to coming back to millet is the availability of several recipes, formulations, cooking methods, and the taste perceptions. So that I always have seen both in India and also in Africa. I could able to achieve the high acceptance through preparing the food in a culturally sensitive way, where we can replace in a very the popular recipes of each country. We can replace the either 1 or 2 staple, and we can easily add the millets. That was my experience in India and also in Africa. By doing that, we are not actually affecting the emotional and cultural sensitivity of the people, and the acceptance was always good. When we are all struggling to actually through several processing, making several products, and I always emphasize that it's very important to take care of the consumer's preference.
Thanks, Dr. Anita. And I like that term, taste perception. It's not just the taste, it's perception of what they think is the taste. So very important as well. So over to the final comments from our African colleagues, Dr. Ramajita and Dr. Rebi. So Dr. Rebi,
John,
would you like to go first?
Yeah,
yes.
John, I have to go first because I have to go to another session. I think for me, my last comments are on the productivity. I think this is an area where we should not neglect. It's very important. We need to increase productivity per unit land. It has to be sustainable intensification. We have said that, yes, it's less input, but we should not really forget that every time we are harvesting 1 ton or 3 tons, we are also extracting nutrients from the soil. So we should not forget the good agronomic practices. Sorghum is an area where we have already put technology out there. Fertilizer microdosing, where you can put as little as 30 kilos of nitrogen in the soil to increase your productivity. So let's not forget that. The other element is, let's not again be carried away and focus on monocropping. This is a cereal just like as maize. It can be integrated with a lot of the grain legumes like pigeon peas, groundnuts, which are also part of the nutrition enhancement. So let's promote intercropping, let's promote rotation so that we don't end up in a place where we start compromising on the other elements of the this food value chain. Remember, it's about these foods are good for us, good for the farmer, good for the planet. And one of it is actually this sustainable intensification and good agronomic practices. It has to be at the core. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very important words. Thank you, Rebi. Excellent ending on that. So Dr. Ramajita, your final thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad to see the old Moses Siambe. He's looking good still. I think he's eating so well in Nairobi that he put up some weight. First of all, I don't know whether he eats millet and sorghum at all. I think here I eat sorghum and millet, and it's important that we'll start from our side so that we can get other people to follow us. So Moses, this is a challenge to you. But getting back to the different presentation and my final thoughts is that I think hybrid have a big role to play in our production system. Hybrids of sorghum as well as hybrid millet. We have been trying that for the past few years, but the biggest problem constraint is seeds, availability of seeds of those hybrids, because the private sector is not really so much involved in producing seed like in India. I think that's where India has a big advantage. But here, the private sector is still very slow and shy in getting into producing seeds. So sometimes you get really poor quality seeds, and they will tell you this is hybrid seed, but it's really grain, it's not really seed. So I believe that we need to do something to motivate and inspire and have what we call these smart subsidies. You know, this was done some time ago in Malawi, where seeds were given to farmers or sold to farmers in small pack, at least to get them to appreciate the importance of those varieties, and then they can buy them. So I think we need to do some kind of a control subsidies. That's one thing about the hybrids, but it's very important. I think in terms of nutrition, I believe that we can tap on the experience of India. And we've started, for example, in Mali to put something we call Tubaniso Agri Business Innovation Center. And this is going to be supported by the World Bank. We've been working with Kiran Sharma in India to get some of the things they're doing at the AIP, the Agribusiness Innovation Platform. And we're doing that on a 60-hectare land here so that we can get some of the machinery that are in India and bring them here to process, cleaning the sorghum and processing, making the flours. And we hope that that can really help us. And I think somebody mentioned, my last point is that Peter Carberry last year has been really steering this kind of meeting that the Prime Minister of India wanted to have with African in New Delhi. Unfortunately, COVID came and this was aborted. But I think this is something that I hope in 2021, it will start so that the Indian government can help Africa to really get into all this agribusiness, getting the machinery and some support from the Indian government. Thank you very much. I think one last thing is that the ambassador of India to Mali, very good friend, Kumar, is really keen to get support from Indian government to Africa, to Mali particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramajita. Excellent also final points and recommendations, which we will take forward and bring these messages to the relevant people. Dr. Moses Siambe, you were given a challenge. You have 1 minute so that we can then finalize and finish this session because the next session is about to start. Moses, you're very lucky. The final word.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've not traveled for long, so I'll not fall into his trap of what I'm eating. But I think my final comments is this discussion since yesterday puts us in a very good place to position the sorghum and millets in Africa to take the dialogue to another level. Each country is trying to do something about it, but it hasn't reached the level of importance that I've always known in India, putting it right and square that this is a staple, is a food product that needs to receive as much attention as, maize or wheat. The difficulty we have is what then can ICRISAT do to work with those governments to bring it to that higher level. And I'm sure Tabo and Rebi will keep pushing on this so that sorghum and millets are really important and become part of not just the diet, but the funding for research and development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moses. Excellent final words there. And I think today we've also established some great linkages already between India and Africa, and a lot of ideas have come from this, which ends beautifully this session because the next session is all about South-South collaboration. So thank you to all the speakers. You're very welcome to stay on for the next session, and because it's very valuable and of relevance to what you just heard. I'm going to hand over to Parkavi, who will lead us into the next session. Thank you, everybody.
Joanna, sorry, will you send us the 3 presentations from US, some copies of that, the videos?
Yes, we shall play. Thank you for reminding me of that. We shall play them immediately after the next session, and we will send you all copies of everything as well and how to access it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Parkavi.
Thank you. I once again thank all the speakers of session 1 and the moderator, Joanna Kinpotaka, for the very insightful deliberations. And before we move on to session 2, I request Mr. Sanil Desai, CEO, High Radical Communication, to officially welcome the High Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Parkavi, Joanna, for your wonderful partnership. I think yesterday was a great day in terms of first day of webinar, and I think today also we are getting a lot of good response and good positive notes on our lot of communication which we have been with the attendees. His Excellency, Mr. Willie Beck, thank you so much for your continued support to Radical, where we have started our journey from 2014 from Kenya, as well as since you have moved to India since last 2 years. Your support has been fantastic to us. So welcome, sir, to this new normal, which is a virtual exhibition platform with Foodtec, which is an extension of AgriTech, and along with the webinar on the smart food organized by our partner ICRISAT. I also welcome His Excellency Mr. Ashish Sinha. He's a Deputy High Commissioner in India, from India and Kenya. I also welcome Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Dr. Venkat Marujo, and Dr. Ribe Harawa for this session on the webinar. So thank you so much for gracing this webinar. And yes, over to you, Parkavi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. Once again, it is my great pleasure to introduce the session moderator, Dr. Jacqueline Hughes. Dr. Jacqueline is a noted plant health expert. Before assuming charge as Director General ICRISAT, she was Deputy Director General Research at International Rice Research Institute. And before that, she was Deputy Director General at World Vegetable Center. Her long association with CGIAR began when she moved from UK to Nigeria in the 90s to join International Institute for Tropical Agriculture as a virologist. With vast experience in leading multidisciplinary teams across Asia and Africa, she is recognized leader in international agricultural research and management. Over to you, moderator, Dr. Jackie.
Thank you very much, Parkavi. So welcome to session 2, the South-South Collaboration Driving Smart Food Markets session. We're going to be looking at opportunities in the Global South, for opportunities to add value, create a win-win situation for both countries, both parties, or multiple parties, and the opportunity to build better smart food markets without perhaps making the mistakes that others may have already made. We're honored, as we've just heard, to have 2 High Commission representatives joining this panel discussion, His Excellency Willie Bett, the Kenyan High Commissioner to India, and the Deputy High Commissioner in the Indian High Commission to Kenya, Mr. Ashish Sinha. Thank you very much, both of you, for making the time to join us. On the panel later, we also have Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director of APEDA, APEDA being the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority in India, Dr. Venkat Maroju, the CEO of Source Trace Systems of India and US, and Dr. Rebi Harawa, ICRISAT's Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa. We're going to start with presentations by Mr. Ashish Sinha and His Excellency Willie Bett, and then have a discussion around the points they're making between the 2 of them and me. And then afterwards, the other panelists will start discussing those ideas. And if our 2 VIPs can also stay, they're very welcome to join the further discussions with Dr. Najaj, Dr. Maroju, and Dr. Harawa. That's the time that we'll also be taking the audience questions. So to start the first part of this particular session on South-South collaboration, I'd like to ask our two VIPs if you could give a 10-minute discussion each. I'll then probably ask you for some clarity on the points you've raised, and then ask you to discuss between each other any issues or opportunities that you've seen and possibilities for collaboration to build the smart food systems that are good for you, the planet, and the farmer, or indeed broader South-South collaboration, because many of us have broader interests, although the focus is very much on India, Africa at the moment. So could I call on the Deputy High Commissioner for the Indian High Commission to Kenya, Mr. Ashish Sinha. Could you please introduce yourself, give us an idea of your background and interests before you start talking about the South-South opportunities? Please, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on different time zones people are in. Greetings. Thank you for having me in your discussion. I must say I'm feeling like the same feeling as I had while writing several exams in my life. I came to know that I have to speak and I'm here just 15 minutes ago. So I was very ill prepared for this. My High Commissioner was to join, and because of some urgent commitments, he had to really pass it on to me. I'll try to do some justice based on my own understanding of the subject and your requirements. In terms of my background, I am a career diplomat, about 16 years service in Indian Foreign Service. Have served in Indian embassies in Spain and in Nepal, and also in the Permanent Mission of India to New York to UN in New York, and the Deputy High Commissioner here. By training, I'm a management graduate, physics and management, and that's it. Haven't done much other than these things to explain. I do come from a family of agriculturists, so on the ground, possibly I'll fare better than the way I speak here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And very much appreciate that you've been dropped in it and appreciate your willingness to participate. Perhaps after I've asked His Excellency Willie Bett to speak, he's had a little more time to think about it, then I'll wait for your comments then. Sure. If I may introduce His Excellency, Ambassador Willie Bett is the 14th High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to the Republic of India. He presented his letters of credence on the 11th of July 2018 to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of India. He's also the High Commissioner Designate to the Socialist Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka, People's Republic of Bangladesh, and the Republic of Singapore. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, the backgrounds of people are very interesting. So you hold your experiences as a bank manager, managing director, as well as a senior government official with economics, sociology, business administration. And other courses particularly interesting is the advanced management program with the Strathmore Business School, the Lagos Business School, and the IESE Business School in Barcelona. So with all that, what more can I do than ask you to speak for 10 minutes or so, and hopefully you'll be able to set the scene a little bit for the Deputy High Commissioner to then think of some rebuttal or commentary. But can I just say that at the end, may I ask whether the two of you can stay for the whole time? Because if you can't, I'm going to ask you if you could identify some priority activities for Africa and India to collaborate in this area. If you can stay, by all means do it at the end. So thank you, Ambassador Bett, over to you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. And I think you've done some justice on trying to introduce myself. And so let me recognize ECRISAT at this point in time for organizing this exhibition and forum for us to share on matters to do with smart food. And also recognize Radical, as he said, we have collaborated from my past assignments up to this point in time while in India. And so this is a topic, moderator, which is really quite interesting. And I remember collaborating with ECRISAT in my previous work at the Ministry of Agriculture in Kenya on matters to do with smart food. And therefore, bringing in the question of smart food, looking at it more specifically with the collaboration from the South-South countries or the Global South is something which is timely. And I could say the reason why we need to collaborate more in the Global South is because of the synergies which we can build together. It's mainly because of the state of our economies, which seem to be similar. We seem to apply almost similar technologies when we do things. And therefore, it's imperative that when we are handling and focusing on driving markets for the smart food, that kind of collaboration is very important, because even within the South-South countries, we have difference in terms of the levels of technological developments of which other countries can benefit in. And therefore, collaboration in that matter is very critical. But even coming closer between Kenya and India is the fact that there is already a lot of collaboration in many areas, which includes areas to do with agriculture. And we need to leverage on the existing relationship, the existing frameworks which we have developed between ourselves, between Kenya and India, so that we can have the smart food and create markets for these types of crops and foods between India and Kenya. I know we have various understandings and MOUs which are existing, and therefore all of us and the actors, the players in this business should take advantage of that. Getting it more clearly is opportunities in the area of collaboration, before I go very fast on driving the smart food markets, is can also be, especially between Kenya and India, can be handled through the kind of training arrangements which are existing. We have the ITEC program, which is being run by the Indian government, and it's supporting African countries in terms of training. And therefore, this exchange of ideas will be handy, especially focusing now on smart foods. The IGCR programs also coming for specialized training in terms of research, and all these kind of things can also be undertaken. Say that some bias is put, and ECRISAT and maybe the policymakers can tailor-made modules which will specifically handle these foods. In Kenya, these foods were, or these type of crops had been neglected, and they used to be called orphan crops. I'm happy that the name changed over time, and now they are never orphaned anymore. They are now smart food. And thanks to ECRISAT for the kind of work you are doing in Kenya in terms of promoting these kind of foods and ensuring that the Kenyan population really come to understand the importance of this food. Knowing the kind of awareness currently existing in ways of living health, it is very important that we all come together to see how we can produce and market these smart food products. And if I can start with the production, the main challenge in most African countries or in countries in the Global South, including Asia, is how to change the perception of the farmer to appreciate the role these kind of foods play. We talk of millet, we talk of sorghum, we talk of groundnuts. This kind of food which have higher nutritional value is how to change the mindset of our people to realize the importance of these foods, say that they can be produced on scale. because the kind of challenges the farmers are facing in Africa at the moment is low productivity issues. It is very critical. We have non-existent seed systems in most African countries when it comes to production of these kind of foods. Agronomy is a big challenge. Mechanization is another important issue which needs to be looked at, because most of these crops traditionally have been done using manual labor, and therefore to accelerate production of these crops so that it can meet the requirements of the market, owing to the fact that with the current awareness of healthy living, the growth in demand for this food is evident. And for the demand to be met, there has to be some push from the production side to meet the demand. And therefore, the kind of agronomy, the kind of mechanization models which could be existing in some other places of the global south and which need to be shared with other countries is very critical for farmers in all the countries to improve their productivity. There's a lot of exchange which needs to happen here. There's a lot of technology transfer which needs to take place at this point in time. And therefore, the purpose of increasing productivity and production is to ensure that even this cropping business in itself makes business sense to the farmer. It's because unless this production of this smart food makes business sense, it becomes very difficult to convince production to take place. And in this case, we need to minimize the cost of production as much as possible. And that is why technologies will have to be introduced at the level of production. And I'm emphasizing production level because even if we have a lot of benefits of these foods and the production is limited or production is really not emphasized, then the whole value chain collapses. And so, and this is the area where it is the beginning of the viability of the business of production of the smart food. And so there has to be some intervention at that level. And that intervention can happen either by through state or non-state actors. There is a role governments must play to ensure that policy interventions will have to come across, will have to be put out there to support farmers in terms of productivity and in terms of availing and accessing some of the inputs which are required to produce specifically these crops, which is going to help even governments reduce the cost of hospitalization. Because with the nutritional value of these crops and food, you will realize most countries will actually be saving a lot in terms of hospitalization and medication. And so policy change has to happen. There has to be some deliberate effort to ensure that serious support is directed towards the production of these foods. Moving up, research institutions also have to be developed in these countries. Besides exchanges or exchanging technologies between the countries in the global south, each governments must deliberately fund research institutions. Say that better seeds, better agronomy, better understanding, even sensitization of the farmers and even the consumers, bringing out the benefits of these foods has to be communicated. And that can only happen by understanding the dynamics existing in each particular country, because they are always different. And therefore, investments by governments has to be there. And in most cases, the funding of research institutions must be commensurate to the role that the agricultural sector plays in the economy. The other issue which over time I've seen, and even in my previous life, I saw was a major hindrance to productivity and production is access to credit or funding. Most farmers may want to do a good job, but owing to limited or lack of funding, it becomes now difficult. And therefore, because farmers cannot be supplied with free money by government or non-government actors, access to credit becomes a critical role, which needs to be developed. And this can be developed again through government policy intervention and also through private sector coming in to avail cheap loans for the farmers. Moving up the value chain is now, when production side has been fixed, then we need to ensure that there's an uptake or off-taker of all these products. How then are we going to build synergy between the producers and the off-takers, which would then facilitate consumers to access these smart food products? And therefore, the issue of involving industry, food manufacturing industry, is very critical. Processing needs to come in very handy so that we can add value. And for processing to happen again, the technology involved in the processing and all these kind of things need to be present. How can we bring out low cost kind of processing technologies to our farmers and to the intermediaries in our various countries? What has actually blocked out value addition is the cost of processing foodstuffs. We know technologies exist out there, especially here in India, where low-cost processing technologies exist, and these are the areas where collaboration really need to take place, so that we can share some of these technologies, so that farmers or farmer groups in our various African countries can come together and process their products ready for market. Issues of packaging has to be looked at very critically, because again, it would facilitate the logistics of distribution. The product range, the product portfolio. One thing I realized when I came, and this is something which I think India has done very well, especially in the milk sector. A similar thing would easily apply in the processing of these crops. Look at Amul. When I went to Amul in Gujarat, I realized that they have more than 100 kind of products from milk. And I am sure with research and other activities, we can find very many products out of millet, for example, out of groundnuts. And the minute we value add some of these things and produce many more products out of them, we are creating market for the producer. Looking at the peanut butter, and sensitizing people not to use. I'm not going against Blue Band. I know the manufacturers of Blue Band might take me to task when I say this, but it is more healthier to use a peanut butter than the Blue Band. And therefore, the cost of a groundnut, if you look at the cost of groundnut, is so cheap, while the cost of peanut butter is so expensive. A mechanism therefore has to be developed inside that whatever it costs, the final product cost, trickles back to the farmer. One of the major challenges in Africa, especially in production, is the fact that what the farmer gets at the end of the day is far much less than what the intermediaries here get in marketing their product, the farmer's product. And therefore, a mechanism has to be built inside that whatever benefit of the value addition is achieved should reflect the cost of buying this product from the farmer. And therefore, building markets, not only within the countries, but the global markets is very critical. And this would involve sensitization, it will involve communication, it will involve a lot of marketing in terms of changing the mindset of consumers from consuming the normal foods into including these products in their staples. The information we have is that any staple food comprises of around 70% of of eating, if you could say so. And so if we can even have 30% of your basket of meals in a day consisting of the smart food, then we will have we'll have made a bigger stride in ensuring that we build a more healthier community than before. And therefore, the benefits of the smart foods need to be communicated and communicated very clearly, because this smart food has always had a very backward perception in the past. It has been seen as food belonging to the poor. If I pick the case of Kenya, if you talk of millet, anybody eating millet is not a modern guy. It's not the cool fellas. It is looked down upon as meant for the people who are not doing well in society. While millet is actually the most nutritious food you can imagine. And therefore, this mindset needs to be changed. This can only be changed by communication, by using various media in communicating. And again, at this point, I would want to congratulate ICRISAT for what they are doing in Kenya in terms of changing the perception of the consumers as far as this smart food is concerned. A good example is what we did while at the Ministry of Agriculture or in promoting fish. We knew various communities in Kenya, some people were not eating fish. And so there was a strategy to promote the eating of fish so that we can create market for fish producers. And Eat More Fish campaign was started. And therefore, I think a campaign on eat more millet or eat more groundnuts or eat more of these foods needs to be initiated in our countries so that we can popularize and bring out the benefits, especially the health benefits of this food. It would be more easier to market these foods because of their health benefits than even marketing fish, giving the example I've just told you. And therefore, collaboration is very critical in ensuring that we push the market of these foods to even the cross-border levels. And so when finally, if we look at the trade, trade between countries is flourishing in other crops. I think we need to look at these crops, the millets of this world, the sorghums of this world, the ndengu, that is the cowpeas and all these kind of crops, and see what ratio are they occupying in the trade activities within the Global South countries. And then deliberate efforts should be made to ensure that when we are doing trade with India, for example, how are we doing as far as these specific crops are concerned? I know between Kenya and India, we have always been discussing and trying to find a way of accessing Kenyan lindens, which is part of these foods, into the Indian market. And so I think the discussion should be, we need to promote the national trade in this area of these crops. Because access to global markets is subject to a lot of other restrictions, and therefore we need to look at those restrictions, have bilateral discussions on how we can loosen the restrictions which are exist, either especially the non-tariff restrictions which are existing between the countries. And so, and this could be done again, leveraging on the frameworks which are existing between the various countries. And talking between Kenya and India, we have various frameworks and MOUs which are existing. We have had JTC, we have had JCMs, we have various MOUs. And therefore, looking at all these arrangements which we have, we need to pinpoint and see which of these can the smart food business ride on, so that trade between the two countries can thrive. And so, moderator, the panelists, and everybody, I thought I would share just a more holistic framework on how I think we can drive the smart foods within the collaboration of the South-South countries. And with those few remarks, I want to thank you again for having me and for reminding me of this noble responsibility of looking at the farmers and seeing how this smart or resilient crop can be promoted. Thank you, and nice to have been with you this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I was looking through the sort of the key drivers or the key descriptors of smart foods: food, nutrition, health, good for the planet, which is the environment, water, and so on, and the farmers, their families and communities. And you managed to hit all of those beautifully, so thank you. I was also interested and started thinking, I had to pull myself back. You said poor person's foods. And yesterday, I was thinking we were talking about some snacks made from these smart foods. And I was wondering how you price them so that the cheap ones, which are the millet and sorghum snacks, how you can price them so that people think they're still valuable. Because if they're too cheap, at least in the global north, you start thinking, oh, they're probably low quality. But these very products are not so expensive, and you can make good, tasty snacks, foods from them.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking about the fish, and then I'll get on to other matters. Sometimes, based on cost, I think that the fish that will deteriorate in storage if you're not careful, therefore can become more expensive, whereas some of the crops we're talking about, so nutritious and the storage is a little easier. But could I pose a question to both of you? In the South-South opportunities, what opportunities do you see for strengthening inputs? Inputs, the good inputs, because we're focusing on the planet, the environment, and water as well. So I'm thinking mostly of seeds, of knowledge, and then as you go further down the value chain, the machinery and so on. What's the opportunity that both of you see, one side from Kenya and one side from India, to support this South-South collaboration? Who would like to answer? The Deputy High Commissioner?
Maybe I can go fast and then.
Okay, go fast and then let him speak. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, there are a lot of opportunities existing in the South-South collaboration to improve the production and the imports of these smart foods, especially in the area of knowledge exchange, machines, and seeds. You remember I talked of the programs existing between India and Africa, where they already have sponsorships for training, and therefore more people can come to India because India have a well-developed research institutions on seed production, and therefore farmers or researchers in our area can actually access some of these scholarships so that they can come and learn more on the seed technologies, on how to breed better quality of seed in some of these crops, say millet, sorghum, and what have you, because hybrids will actually definitely ensure that the farmer gets good value for his labor. Again, so we have between Kenya and India arrangements where India can support knowledge or to bridge the knowledge gap. Again, between Kenya and India, we have arrangements on letters of credit in accessing machinery. So where situations where processing need to be done at a bigger scale, there is a possibility of accessing credit through the Indian Exim Bank so that some of this machinery can be accessed. But I'm looking at even not the huge machinery, I am looking at even the appropriate technologies with smaller machineries where groups in Kenya, for example, can come together and form an association and come and access this appropriate machinery, go and install it, and then produce the snacks you are talking about, so that they can be sold in even in the airlines, can be sold in supermarkets, and it needs not be cheap. What I only meant was the price of selling a snack of sorghum, millet, and whatever, the value should trickle back to the farmer. Because what we've seen is the supermarket can sell a snack for this much, and then what the farmer gets out of that is really very minute, and therefore it becomes non-sustainable. Because unless the process is viable, one side of the value chain will collapse. And so to ensure that the entire value chain works, then everybody must build a win-win situation. So from where I sit, there is a lot of collaboration, especially between Kenya and Africa by extension with India, because India has really taken major strides in research and in manufacturing. So collaboration is very possible and critical there.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So could I ask the Deputy High Commissioner to also add your thoughts? I'm particularly interested in the inputs at the bottom end of the value chain, but addressing any of the aspects, and if you were to mention policies, it would also be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And a warm hello to Ambassador Bet. It's very difficult to come after him, you know. He is like Sachin Tendulkar, who's played all the balls already. So I would answer your question. I mean, being here, I don't particularly see the challenge of selling the concept of millets to the people. People are aware, and in Africa and in India, people do exercise those choices also. So I think the challenge should be scaling it up and making it more available and making it more easy to come in the platter. Then it is no more considered a cheap alternative or inferior alternative to the mainstream food. But that's my experience. I think I would quickly go through some of the aspects of our bilateral relations, because it's a bouquet of options that is available, and that's what government should do. You know, government should instead of narrowing down their focus on one issue or one subject or one product, they should create an infrastructure of cooperation that we have been able to create between India and Kenya. And that could be used for inputs, that could be used for technology, that could be used for capacity building, that could be used for cold chains. So it offers a gamut of options. We would want to be taking feedback from all of you as to how to enhance that cooperation framework in order to incorporate any other thing that you think is not incorporated so far. But before I go on to that, I quickly would like to recall my association with ECRISAT, which is very clearly visible behind the moderator. I used to be in touch with Dr. Nene, who was once upon a time, I don't know whether he's still in ECRISAT or not, and get some very, very useful exchanges between me and him. And then he would offer me one newsletter, which ECRISAT or him, they used to bring out those days, long, long ago. Anyway, so coming back to the issue of South-South cooperation, you know, Madam and panelists, this cooperation is on rise for last 3-4 decades. We recently finished the Buenos Aires Program of Action, 40 years of Buenos Aires Program of Action, which initiated South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in a structured format. And with the passage of time, which was initially limited to experience sharing or some capacity building, has expanded its scope to benefit from experiences of each other through enhanced trade, investment, knowledge transfer, capacity building, so on and so forth. This kind of cooperation is desirable both because of the perceived mutual understanding, which provides a strong push, and also because of the closer socio-economic conditions, as Ambassador Willibet mentioned, that facilitates very easy sharing of experiences, especially between India and Kenya, colonial history, farming background, fertile soil, agroclimatic diversity. So there's lots in common. Particularly true in agriculture, where there are real opportunities still in terms of technology transfer, quality of inputs, and many other cooperation possibilities. Now, I'll quickly respond to Ambassador Betts when he said that there should be easy availability of credit. At government to government level, Government of India has offered $100 million line of credit to Government of Kenya, which is dedicated for agriculture mechanization. No other thing associated with it. 100 million is dedicated for agriculture mechanization. This was done when Prime Minister Modi visited Kenya in 2016. And this facility is offered through Exim Bank of India. And unfortunately, we still are looking for projects to be incorporated so that this line of credit can be availed. Kenya, while it is doing rejig of its internal systems based on President Uhuru Kenyatta's vision of Big Four agenda, agriculture being one of those which caters to the food security as well as employment. So we are awaiting Kenyan government to propose projects to be undertaken under that $100 million line of credit. Now, apart from the government to government cooperation, Indian companies in agriculture sector have also set up their operations in Kenya, which includes UPL, a prominent company in the inputs and agrochemical sector, Kirloskar Group, which is into irrigation, pumps and all that, Mahindra and Mahindra Agriculture. So all prominent agriculture companies in India have already established themselves in Kenya and in this region, and they are working very well across the value chain on crop protection, plant health, crop management, so on and so forth, including post-harvest and food waste reduction, mechanization, engineering services. So a lot of things are happening on the ground as we speak. We continue to play our role also by bringing several chambers together, and on the issue of agriculture, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, then from India, ASSOCHAM, they organized several meetings. And in the visits and exhibitions recently, which were Agritech Africa, Enterprise India Show, Namaskar Africa, these all have had representation from agro sector companies and the players. There was supposed to be India-Africa ministerial meet on agriculture. This was scheduled for March this year, and it couldn't take place because of the COVID, in the run-up to India-Africa Forum Summit meeting. So that will happen very soon, I hope. Government of India also supports the capacity building through skill development of professionals. Again, a point raised by Ambassador Bet. We have ITech program, and within ITech program, about 400 Kenyans are availing those on an average every year. And many of those are going for fully funded scholarships in variety of programs related to agriculture, skill development, trade, so on and so forth. So that is already there. In terms of structured longer term programs, say 5 years bachelor's program in agriculture or master's program, Indian Council of Cultural Relations offers fully paid scholarship, and that is also availed by the Kenyans in full measure. Government of Kenya's Big Four agenda of food security and increased manufacturing are premised on agriculture productivity and food processing. As such, our cooperation in agriculture sector factors that, and it finds prominence in all our bilateral exchanges. we have special emphasis on agro-processing and value addition in every time that our leaders meet. So that is the bilateral component of the cooperation, of the South-South cooperation. Now, there's another angle to South-South cooperation, which is triangular cooperation. Even in terms of triangular cooperation, we've partnered with US through USAID and have done several projects in Africa. It started in 2010 and it is still ongoing. Some of these are prominent ones, I'll tell you. One is called Feed the Future India Triangular Training Program, in which USAID partnered with the Indian Ministry of Agriculture and its premier institute, again based in Hyderabad, called National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, MANAGE. And it trained 1,500 agriculture practitioners from this region, not just Kenya, but this region. And phase one of the program trained about 200 participants from Kenya, Liberia, and Malawi on the best practices to prevent post-harvest losses. And the participants included farmers, food processors, extension workers, policymakers. Now its phase 2 was launched in 2016, and that is still ongoing. The other program, along with USAID in terms of trilateral way, is called Feed the Future India-Africa Innovation Transfer Program. So, there are soil and water management techniques that was transferred from India to Kenya with the help of some NGOs working on the ground in India. They brought it to Kenya along with USAID. And in Kajiado County, which is the neighboring county of Nairobi, 97 liters of runoff water holding capacity has been created to benefit over 400 Maasai tribal households. Again, to respond to Ambassador Beth, he said about the dairy development and he counted his experience of Amul. USAID partnered with India's company called ILNFS, Infrastructure Leasing and Financial Services, to transfer and pilot India's successful smallholder dairy production and marketing business model to Kenya. The program has introduced and tested feed and fodder management best practices, as well as established a micro milk processing unit in Nakuru County of Kenya that increased milk production by more than 50% in the target communities where the model was piloted. So Ambassador Beth, our predecessors have really done quite a lot, and we need to build upon those. These are already in the ambit of our bilateral cooperation. The last program on this triangular partnership I would mention is called Bullets, Santi, and Seed Dibbler. USAID supported NGO called Shrishti in India, Society for Research and Initiative for Sustainable Technology to an institution, to transfer 2- and 3-wheel tractor called Bullets, Santi, seed dibblers and food processors to Kenyan farmers. These technologies have helped increase agriculture productivity and improve the resilience of more than 1 million households in Kenya. So there are bilateral government-to-government cooperation, private sector presence, and trilateral cooperation along with US. These are already happening, have happened, and can be further enhanced and customized based on the need. The last, again, sorry. So, in addition to these, there was drip irrigation, hybrid seeds, integrated pest management. All these things were again taken up along with USAID. Now, the future cooperation can focus on some of these existing areas and some of the new areas, which is capacity building and sharing of experience, cooperation in water resource management and irrigation, transfer of applied agriculture technology, skill transfer, cooperation to combat agro-based disease. On this, I must say that India helped through FAO, Kenya and Somalia and Ethiopia to fight with locusts. Early this year, this whole region was infested with locust menace. And that's when the lockdown happened. So, FAO needed some pesticide, which was not coming through. They were wanting it to come from Japan. The Japanese thing somehow couldn't come, and it wasn't found that useful. So they wanted to import from India. We had to get several exemptions to get them during the lockdown in the month of April. I personally facilitated that to happen. Now in this area, storage and processing, institutional collaboration between organizations like APIDA and their counterparts, market opportunities, livestock management, meat processing, dairy development. So, all these areas are potential areas of collaboration where a lot of work has already happened. We need to build upon, that there's definitely ground floor and the first floor done. We can make it a high rise. That's the possibility. And I'm serious about it. I can see it happening. I've seen it happening. I'm sure a lot of these things are not known to everyone because the very nature of government-to-government collaboration is not blowing our trumpets, but while we quietly have been working on this. So I'll rest my case on this issue. If there's anything, I'm available to get into the discussion further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy High Commissioner Sinha. You gave me the perfect segue into bringing in our three panelists as well. You mentioned APIDA, and perhaps this is the opportunity for Dr. Tarun Bajaj, the director of APIDA, to answer one of my questions linked to what you have both been saying. Dr. Bajaj leads the Export Promotion and Development of Animal Products Division, Processed Fruits and Vegetables Division, and APIDA's schemes for quality development. So, Dr. Bajaj, could you tell me, has APIDA undertaken collaboration in the past with other countries to generate more knowledge sharing, trade, and grow markets globally, as our two earlier guests were saying?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. In fact, APIDA, just to introduce, we are Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, as the name suggests. We are meant for promoting agricultural and processed food products from India, exports. And we are a government body under Ministry of Commerce. But only promotion of exports is not the only mandate which is given to us. The mandate is quite wide. It is also developing industries. It is also developing cooperation between the countries through, of course, our missions abroad, developing infrastructure within the country, especially at the exit ports, helping in developing quality regime, because we realize that you cannot make compromise on the quality. So we also work towards developing quality regime, because in the quality we have traveled a lot. Many years back, probably people were not looking to India, or they had some suspicion about issues. But today, of course, India is known for the quality products. Similarly, we are also working towards developing packaging, because it is realized that first, any product, you see it, and once it visually appeals or it has the required information, then only you start picking up, and then you unwrap and consume it. So packaging considering so important, and that's why we also work towards packaging in developing the products. And we have worked a lot, I tell you. And today, packaging in India is matching any international level. We have innovative packaging. We have attractive packaging. We have, user-friendly packaging. We have environment-friendly packaging also. So these are the areas which we have worked. Now, coming on specific on cooperation, yes, we have been working in close cooperation. First, of course, as you said, our mandate is promotion of exports. So we participate in our exhibitions abroad, have organized buyer-seller meets. And these buyer-seller meets are in two ways. Either we take the delegations, go and participate in a buyer-seller meet in the destination country. And sometimes, of course, why sometimes, many a times, we invite importers, buyers, facilitators from abroad, and then we invite in India and do a matchmaking. It is, in fact, win-win situation for both. And sometimes, especially in case of developing countries, we even bear some of the expenses of their coming to India, so that they are facilitated. They come, they participate in our buyer seller meet and buy required products, or even there can be a joint ventures between the two. These we have it. So also, we do believe in knowledge sharing. We do share knowledge with countries. I tell you, we are pioneer in knowledge sharing of organic systems. We have MOU with a few countries where they have invited EPIDA, because EPIDA is the Secretariat of Organic Products of National Program for Organic Production in India. We are taking care of all the organic certification and accreditation requirements, so much so that even all the scope under organic, whether it is crop, whether it is processed food, textile, livestock, personal care products, all these are covered under the scope, and that is being managed by EPIDA. In that, we have done a knowledge sharing, and also with the collaboration with countries where we are helping them in having a similar kind of a system in their country also. And this is very important. I'm mentioning specifically because Africa region and India, we both are a substantial part organic by default. It is just that we have to get it certified, and so that they are recognized and we are able to sell it in the international market, even in domestic market at a premium price. This helps in also getting a better remuneration to the farmers at back. This knowledge sharing we are doing with many countries. We are willing to offer with the African region also. This is very important. I'm saying this is considering the requirement and also the need of the hour. People are looking to organic foods now. You have talked of smart and health food. I tell you that statistics we have seen this year, there has been a 70 to 80% jump in our organic exports due to COVID. People are looking to organic now. Now they are willing to spend food. Of course, we will be talking more about on health food, but I'm taking that on health and organic, I'm taking together, and they're ready to spend more, provided they get safe food. Now health and food has become a priority number one, of course, after pharmaceuticals in that. So we have so many opportunities to collaborate between the two regions. And I see we can, and I tell you, many of our entrepreneurs are already there. They have invested, they have taken land, and they are also contributing effectively in their economy and in return in our economy also. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just probe a little bit further? As you work across countries, across regions, obviously it's not always simple, is it? So could you just tell me one of the biggest lessons you at EPIDA have learned about trying to work across regions, the South-South cooperation? What's the biggest lesson you've had to learn?
You learn lesson every time, every step, because it is learning every time. And you know, by learning, you keep on improving. By learning, you keep on strengthening. And many a times you also realize that some of those steps were not required, or maybe it was not in the right direction, and you had to take it in the direction X, whereas you went into direction Y. These kind of alterations and moderations you have to do, and sometimes you have to take an impromptu decisions also. So these learnings are there. We have been learnings. But to specifically a big, if you call it, I don't have much to share, to be honest. Small learnings are there, and we have been improving, and always we have got a positive response. Wherever we have gone cooperation, we have gone with positive response. But yes, one learning we have received is that never go without proper homework. Never do anything unless you do a proper backward homework, and then wherever you're going, with whom you're going, for whom you're going, have enough dialogue first, enough homework first, and then you shift to implementation stage. Don't jump just because you have done it. Enough due diligence is required in doing it.
That's a very good point. Thank you for that. you mentioned, and I'll move on to the next speaker, you mentioned, I paraphrase you, but I think you had traceability there, and then organic. You also want to make sure it is organic. So if I could introduce Dr. Venkat Maroju, the CEO of Source Trace Systems. Source Trace is a company that's become a global leader in providing software solutions to the ag and food sectors. It revolves around sustainable agriculture and empowerment of farmers, currently across 28 countries, reaching over 1 million farmers, and in many different products. It's highly customized digital platforms that help capture and share information amongst all the stakeholders in agriculture and further up the value chains. So, Dr. Venkat Maroju, could I ask you, you've achieved considerable scale, and I understand you have good presence in Africa. Could you tell us about the journey in digitizing agriculture in a South-South context, the solutions, the crops, and the customers, please?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Hughes, and my fellow panelists, Ambassador Bett, and Deputy High Commissioner Ashish Sinha, and Dr. Tarun Bajaj, and Dr. B. Dayakar, I think. I'm very early, good morning. I'm talking from Boston. It's about 4:30 a.m. So welcome to this global world. So we are a US-based, pretty much started here, but our focus has been in developing economies. So I actually, Dr. Hughes, I come from I grew up in the hinterlands of Telangana and went to Usmania, then came to US. So I trained as a mechanical engineer, but I chose to work in agriculture after 15 years of stint in the automotive industry, corporate world. The very reason was I was very moved by some of the distress the Telangana farmers experienced between 1995 and 2005, which, bubbled into a political struggle, and then Telangana state. That was fundamentally. So, but anyway, we work across the world with the developing countries, smallholder farmer agriculture focus, even though we are now going beyond agriculture to more into food companies, but our still a very, very strong foundation in the smallholder farmer agriculture, a little more than 1.2 million farmers. We just got we'll be starting a new country in Burkina Faso and Zambia. So that makes like 31 countries. So we didn't have customers there. So Africa accounts for about 60% of our revenues as well as the farmer base. Then India, we have about 20% of our customer base, the farmer base, and then rest of the, Asia as well as South and Central America, we have presence. So talking about digitization, I think it's Dr. Tarun rightfully said, they've done one of the marvelous job. Actually, APEDA is an excellent institution that helped promote Indian exports. I think it's very unique. We sometimes don't appreciate when you're within inside and you only talk about problems. If you ask all the, I have a very large portfolio of organic customers, especially in India. We have almost 150,000 cotton organic, and they have a lot of complaints when they're dealing with day to day. But you take a big picture view, you go away from those day-to-day issues. I think APEDA has done a marvelous job of promoting exports, and especially in the organic certification and organic products from India, like cotton. It's, I think, India produces, I don't know the exact numbers, but definitely more than 50% to 60% of all the organic cotton in the world, I think. So those institutions have really added value. And companies like ours, basically, we see, the agriculture, while still the strong, it's its contribution to the GDP in developing countries continues to shrink as they evolve and develop, and more service economy develops. The productivity levels of countries increases. The agriculture component shrinks, but the challenge is still, still supports a large base of farmers, like a country like India, even though it's a less than, like, probably now 14% of contribution to GDP, but almost 50% of the population, depend on agriculture. In Kenya, actually, probably 75% of the population depends on agriculture, even though the contribution to GDP is only 25%. So it becomes a paramount important, the developing countries to sustain agriculture, improve productivity levels, to food security, one important aspect, but also the livelihoods, right? The income and employment and the livelihood. So in all this, I mean, these numbers everybody knows. There are more than about 500 million smallholder farmers who are the backbone and the major producers of food in the world. But there are a lot of challenges. I think you're all experts here, especially Dr. Hughes, and some other sorry, I think I have can you hear me? I lost my...
Yes, I think Ambassador Bet shared the screen, which confused it.
That's fine.
That's okay. Yeah, carry on, please.
So the challenges are like, one of the agriculture remains to be one of the least digitized sector. Okay, and when you talk about agriculture and the smallholder farmer context, it just looking at the farmer farm and that crop growing is only one part of the equation. I think all the speakers earlier emphasized it needs to be looked at as an ecosystem. It needs to be looked at as an agriculture value chain, right? So in that, we basically developed digitization solutions, not just for growing, but also impact all the ecosystem players, from the off-takers to processors to exporters, to input suppliers like seed and fertilizers, financial institutions. So we developed a platform where we can bring all the ecosystem players, and they could not only help the tools digitize, but also enable collaboration. The digitize and collecting data is one thing, and then sharing with all the ecosystem players so that they could have a better planning, better optimization. More than 30% of the food all over the world is wasted. There's so much opportunity between coordinating these different ecosystem players to even to make a huge impact on those really, really big numbers. These are the opportunities exist everywhere. The way I look at it is, agriculture value chains have become long and they're broken. Okay, so there are so many inefficiencies throughout the system, and every inefficiency, if somebody could correct it, there is a business opportunity. The business, somebody could come up with some innovative way to solve that inefficiency, that becomes a business opportunity. So there is a while the digitization is at a nascent stages, but everybody's in hand, the mobile devices, actually this technology has a profound impact on developing countries. Like no other technology, like if you go back in the history, electricity to even internet to automobiles to take any type antibiotics to any technology, it took a long time to reach the bottom of the pyramid. But this mobile technology has really transformed, and having this power, it's like where I used to work in supercomputers when I did my PhD in 90s. I mean, you have so much power you can't even imagine. Having this going to the remote areas, you can carry this digital power. It's a very, very powerful thing, and that is actually enabling the transformation. And we have started about 8 years back. The challenges have been very, very, I mean, I can talk a lot of challenges, but good thing is there's a lot of opportunity, and the innovative models have evolved, and people are the adoption rates have really started picking up, even though it's still very low numbers. So we have been working in about 30 countries, 1.2 million farmers of more than 350 crops we digitized. And in Kenya, to just bet, we have been working with last 4 years, and we also have one project with the ICRISAT. We're collaborating with ICRISAT and Agriculture Value Chain Development funded by USAID. We are supporting about 11,000 farmers in last 1 year, a little more than 1 year. So I'll stop there, and you could, ask me more.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, it's so early in the morning.
No, I'm used to it. Don't worry.
I'll give you a short break. Let's bring Rebi Harawa into the discussion. And I have got some questions coming up from the audience as well. But first, Rebi. So Rebi Harawa is the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa of ICRISAT, an agricultural research and development expert specializing in soil science, agronomy, extension, climate smart agriculture, and sustainable food systems, with extensive work across Africa. She also has worked for AGRA, the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, as the head of soil fertility and fertilizer systems. And she has also been the country team leader and science coordinator for the UN program Millennium Villages project. So Rebi, having listened to our VIP speakers, the panel, everybody's a VIP today, but seriously, what do you think are the priority areas that India can help Africa in agriculture and food? And also think the other way, if you can. What can Africa do to help India? So Rebi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. It's really a great honor to be here with distinguished panelists. And a lot of information, I think, has been said, but probably I'm going to just cite some of the examples that we have seen ourselves. I think ICRISAT, we have probably set an example on how this exchange of information can take place. We have an advantage of having our headquarters based in India, which works very closely with government and private sector. We also have our regional offices here in Eastern Southern Africa, plus Western Central Africa, which also partners with government and private sector. So that in itself has given us a lot of opportunities. So for example, earlier on, we had a good example of exchange of genetic materials, for example, in the breeding sector, where crops can actually be exchanged between Africa and India. So a good example is where ICRISAT, in partnership with our colleagues in India, we have been able to bring chickpeas, which has become one of the key crops here in Africa, particularly in countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Malawi. So in this process, it's basically the scientists across the two different countries which have really brought a lot of partnership, making sure that we are not just reinventing the wheel, but there are things that we can quickly adapt to the different countries. Currently, we are duplicating this kind of approach with pearl millet. Pearl millet being one of these smart crops that we are talking about. And here in Africa, our problem has been low productivity because we are still using unimproved varieties. But in India, they have already hybrids. And there is a public-private partnership already that is taking place in India with the support of ICRISAT. So again, that has already been replicated in West Africa. We are also doing that in Eastern Southern Africa. The other area, I think, it's the agribusiness incubation support and scaling up. We have seen this again from the example that ICRISAT has from Agribusiness and Innovation Platform, which has been a successful incubator and accelerator for agribusiness enterprises in India for almost 20 years. And recently we have been able to provide support to other African incubators, for example, the UniBrain, which has created opportunities for youth to get involved. When we talk about smart food, I think it would be really smarter if we increase the participation of the youth. And one way is to make sure that there is a business aspect of it, because Africa, as we all know, that it's one of the continents with the youngest population, with the 60% of the population being youth. And we have an aged farming community, so we need to replace them. And when we are introducing these crops we call smart, there has to be a great opportunity to attract the youth, part of which is this agribusiness incubation. We have also heard from the SoStress, the digital agriculture platform. This is really a great opportunity again to bring the youth. Youth today, they don't want to go into the analog platform where they can do things. They need to have a digital platform. So in the SoStress example, where we are partnering with SoStress in Kenya, this has been an opportunity where the youth are now part and parcel of this SME, using this platform to bring information on markets and also nutrition. The other part, I think there's been also an emphasis on capacity building. This area cannot be re-emphasized. We have seen that a lot of the work in India by ICA, the India Agricultural Research Institution, a lot has really been done in a very successful framework where there's a clear linkage between research and extension. I must say that we are still suffering in this side of the world where there is a disconnect between research and extension. And when we talk about smart crops, we can't afford to have research that generates results and put them on the shelf for a longest time. We need to make sure that whatever we are generating moves very quickly to the target population, the smallholder farmers, the consumers. And therefore, the model that the ICA has, where research is very closely linked with extension informs what research needs to focus on. These are the kind of models that we can easily replicate. And I'm glad to hear that even our honorable guests, the high commissioners, I think they are already looking at this opportunity. But the next thing really, we need to start actualizing this, not just setting examples, but to where we can be very strategic and say, okay, in the next 5 years, where do we want to be as far as smart foods are concerned? In the previous session, we talked about, let's establish centers of excellence for these smart foods, where we can have the exchange of these capacities between India and Africa actually coming together, looking at these systems from end to end. So if I may stop there, thank you.
Thank you, Rebi. And I'd like to take this opportunity, if the Deputy High Commissioner is still online, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Sinha, it was really appreciated, and we might pick your brains later because you said so many useful things. Thank you for your time. We've got some questions coming in from the participants, and I've got one that I would like to pose to both Dr. Tarun Bajaj and His Excellency Ambassador Bett from a different angle, each of you. The question originally was, are there any plans, APEDA, I think, for setting up Export Development Foundation for nutrition cereals? So Dr. Bajaj, could you answer that? But I put to Ambassador Bett, what about something similar for the high value smart foods? Is there anything going on? Dr. Bajaj first, APEDA, anything doing?
Oh yes, it is not that we are thinking, we have done already. We realizing that there is a need for developing health food and also nutri-cereals. Also realizing that considering the present situation, the demand is increasing. We have already made export promotions forum, and the purpose is that we have, X is doing work in
Am I the only one that can't hear Dr. Bajaj?
No, he's frozen for all of us.
Okay. So while Dr. Bajaj gets back online, Ambassador Bet, is there something similar in Kenya, anywhere else in Eastern and Southern Africa that you know about?
For sure, I'm not aware of any at the moment, but it's a wonderful idea which I will need to find out and see if it's not existing, then we really have to start something like that. I think it is it's a good idea at home from this session.
Okay. I have a question for all of you, and I'm going to focus it at Venkat Maroju first because he got up so early. We're running short of time, but could you give me in a quick sentence or two, if we increase production and increase demand and your digital technologies help this, are we not going to have huge fluctuations in prices, particularly for farmers and processors? What can we do about it?
Well, that's a tough question. But I can try to answer. See, one of the one problem in agriculture, I mean, we see this all over the place, is crop diversification, right? I think we are, farmers produce something that is not, there's no demand, or there was a demand for last year and then everybody shifts their crops and then there's a glut in one area, and we see that all the time. So while the problem is very well known and a lot of people are grappling with that, as a technologist, right? I mean, see, one thing I will never say that technologies can never solve the world hunger. Okay, we are a small player in the whole thing, where we can enable capabilities, we can enable certain things that otherwise these organizations, governments, or all the players in the ecosystem do not have. That is what we could do. And so in that context, what you have is just having, when we go and digitize, just having this farm profiling, what crops they are doing, having that level of basic data itself has so much power to give better insights, to solve issues like what you just said. So, for example, it is these are at the ecosystem level. A lot of governments and multilateral organizations, some research organizations, having the digital information about the crop patterns, what historical happened, can give you a lot better planning. We're talking about, probably you're right sitting there in Telangana, where they talk about crop colonies, right? I mean, this is the future, and without digitization, without having the data, very, very difficult to enable those things. Okay, there's political will. There is of course, engaging this large employment sector, as well as so many things happen. But the crucial thing there is data, and that is where people like us will come into picture.
Thank you. Thank you. I saw Dr. Tarun Bajaj is back online. So Tarun, just so you know, we heard most of what you were going to say, I think. You said, yes, you already have. Perhaps could you, if there's a link for that or something, could you type it in the chat for the participant to be able to follow up? And then after we'd lost you, Ambassador Bet was saying that perhaps it's something he should look into for something from the other side, the other continent, and see how that can work. We're running very short of time, and I want to ask each of you for a favor. From everything you've heard, can each of you give me one top priority activity for Africa, India to collaborate to ensure that these smart food markets drive forward fast? If I can just suggest, I'm hoping Ambassador Bet is ready. What's your one key priority that we have to, as a group, follow?
I think to me, the priority is opening up our markets. It's opening up markets for smart crops to access the Indian market, and opening up the African market for mostly finished smart foods from India. And if we sort out that side, that the flow of trade between the two countries is facilitated, we will see an upward trend in development, production, and consumption of smart foods in our region.
Perfect, thank you. Tarun Bajaj, very quickly, one priority.
Yeah, very important, and most important according to me is demand generation. We create demand. As much demand we can create is going to, the backward things will start developing automatically. We need to create demand, and once demand is created, it cannot remain to one continent and one country itself. Then whosoever is able to supply it best at a competitive price, that will win. Most important thing is create demand of these products. And now it is easy to create demand also comparatively because of the consciousness people have started having about health food.
Thank you, perfect. Rebi Harawa, just one quickly.
Mechanization is going to be very critical. It's part of creating the demand. It's also part of bringing the youth to agriculture. We have heard that we have opportunities to get mechanization that fits in the African farming system with small plots of less than 2 hectares. Smart foods, most of them are small grains. They need threshers. They need value addition. So this mechanization in the next 5 years, I'm looking at the Ambassador Betty. Let's give ourselves a target. We want to see all these farmers growing these crops mechanized. I think it's possible, and we can do it to the rest of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebi. And Venkat Maroju, very, very quickly, one thing.
Yeah, just one sentence. Embrace digitization. Okay, it could be selfish, but that's I think there's a lot anybody could gain. So that's all. It's one word.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Digitization. Perfect. So as we're coming to the end of this session, I'd really like to thank Ambassador Bet, Tarun Bajaj, Venkat Maroju, Rebi Harawa. I think we could have probably spoken for hours. We were getting somewhere good. There's a lot of questions that we couldn't take. So to the audience, thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions. And certainly I'm going to take them up and have a look at them because they focused on some very critical areas. So thank you very much for your time. And I will hand over to Pakavi just to wrap up. Pakavi.
You're on mute, Pakavi.
Thank you, Dr. Jackie. And once again, thank all the panelists from this session, His Excellency Mr. Willie Bett, Deputy High Commissioner Mr. Ashish Sinha, and Dr. Tarun, Dr. Venkat, and Dr. Rebi Harawa. Thank you so much for the valuable insights. And before we break for the afternoon, we just have a couple of pre-recorded sessions which we couldn't play earlier today because of lack of time. So just for the benefit of the participants, we will play those videos now, and we'll take the questions and send it across to the speakers, and have it ready for the document. So once again, thank you all for joining in, and I request iRadical Hita Shah to proceed with the videos of Mr. Tim Lust, CEO of Sorghum Checkoff program. Thank you.
And just to confirm, people are welcome to stay or leave as their own time allows. And I'll just introduce the three pre-recorded videos we have because of the people who were in the US. And unlike Venkat, it was very difficult for them to come online. And so we'll be getting both a US and global perspective in these videos. And the first one, so they'll be played one after the other. The first is Dr. Tim Lust, who's from the United Sorghum Checkoff program. And so Tim's program works very much with generating demand and has a very strong US insight. So he'll be providing a very different insight than what we've been hearing. So it'll be good to hear what's happening in that part of the world with the demand and how industry is developing. He'll be followed by it's just a 10-minute presentation, and then he'll be followed by Professor Tim Dalton, who's leads the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for collaborative research on sorghum and millet. And they've been doing a lot of work in Africa, in Ethiopia, and in West Africa in generating both demand as well as the production side, and he talks about that. And then the final presentation is by Professor Prabhu Pingali, who's with the Tata Kunal Institute, and he also is the board chair of ICRISAT, and he is presenting and talking about how millets and sorghum play a particular role in the SDGs and how important they will be in achieving the SDGs. So yes, if we ask the organizers to play Dr. Tim Lust, who will give a very good insight into the markets in the US and globally. Thank you.
Questions, the answers పంపించామన్నా? But the answers, try to answer them and send it to me. Huh?
We just ask our organizers if they're okay, if the videos, if everything's okay there.
Greetings from Tim Lust with the United Sorghum Checkoff on behalf of the sorghum farmers in the United States of America. It's an honor to be with you today and to share with you some of the work that we are doing here in the United States, helping to grow sorghum around the world, a crop that is just a tremendous opportunity, not only for the environment and for our growers, but also for our consumers as well. When we talk about sorghum in the United States and really worldwide, we focus on those attributes that continue to be important to many consumers, whether that is gluten-free or whether that is non-GMO. But certainly it's a plant-based protein that just is able to be used in a number of different ways by a number of different product manufacturers around the world. And that's something that we're very excited about. We're very excited about some of the health benefits of sorghum and what it means in terms of being a high antioxidant product that is got a lower starch digestibility or a slower starch digestibility that is really good from a glycemic index standpoint. And so When we talk about our product, that is some of the things that we have focused on at the grower level and working through from an education standpoint. Certainly, one of the key components that is very important today is looking at sustainability. And when we look at that from our grower standpoint, 91% of our product here in the United States is grown in a rain-fed environment. Almost 75% of our growers are utilizing conservation tillage, where there is minimum or no tillage of the soil. So certainly when we look at from a carbon standpoint and a sustainability standpoint, very strong benefits. Also tremendous wildlife benefits. Sorghum is a very natural habitat for wildlife, which is certainly has significant benefits for our consumers and our producers here in the U.S. One of the things that as we have started the last 10 years and really focusing on sorghum from a consumer food standpoint, which has been a very small portion of our industry here in the U.S. historically, we have continued to invest in educational efforts and starting early on with celebrity chefs just to introduce sorghum and what its attributes were and what opportunities there were. Certainly we have continued to move forward in that regard and doing a lot of product development type activities recently and really showing the versatility of sorghum, whether that's in a flour or whether that is even in alcoholic beverages, which certainly have been significant around the world in terms of a number of different countries, whether that's in Africa or whether that's in China, in terms of where sorghum fits into those markets. From a diverse standpoint, we have spent a tremendous amount of our focus on the snack food industry and the cereal markets. And when we really look at those successes that we've been able to have on the snack food industry, whether that's startups like Kapop that was recently highlighted on the Shark Tank here in the United States, is a startup company that is making a really nice sorghum product, snack product. Those are the type of items that we're working on and working with manufacturers on. When we look at the cereal industry, we've seen tremendous growth in the cereal industry, whether that's Kashi or whether that's Kellogg's or General Mills or Kind Cereal has recently came out with 3 new cereals that contain sorghum, and we continue to see a lot of progress being made in the cereal market of utilizing sorghum there. Sorghum has a unique ability to stay crunchy in milk, and that is something that is certainly an attribute that a lot of end users are looking for in this country, and so certainly something that we have continued to invest in. I think one of the other areas that we have recently invested in and see as an opportunity is the restaurant industry, whether that is Chick-fil-A and a gluten-free bun, whether that's Papa John's Pizza, again, in a gluten-free crust, or some of our work that we're doing today with Taco Bell and some of the fast food manufacturers in this country. We certainly see a continued opportunity for growth in those market areas as we move forward. When we look at things from a sorghum checkoff standpoint, some of the new and upcoming opportunities that we see that are really important for sorghum, we see opportunities for a sorghum pasta. We continue to see whole sorghum move into several markets there, but we see great opportunities for whole grain sorghum pastas to move into the market. Certainly when we look at an extension that is not the directly into the human consumer markets, we've seen tremendous upticks in pet food markets, not only domestically but around the world. And sorghum, primarily driven by a low glycemic index, has been a tremendous product moving into the dog and cat food markets. And so certainly that is another aspect that has certainly been very significant for our industry, and we continue to see strong growth. As we look around the world and as we look around at opportunities, we were very excited about 2020 and what our programs could do, both here domestically as well as internationally. Certainly, COVID has been a big challenge to that, and we are all learning how we adapt and how we adopt new strategies and new technologies to work through these timeframes. But as we look at moving into 2021, whether that's virtual opportunities like I'm coming to you through today, or whether that is getting back into in-person opportunities in 2021, we're just excited to continue to invest in a food that is not only good for you, but a food that is truly good for the world. And we believe that sorghum is one of those products, and we're excited and look forward to what opportunities there are to partner with any of you involved in this event to see what opportunities there are around the world to continue to strengthen sorghum, as we do truly believe that sorghum is simply a very smart choice in many, many different uses. One of the areas that the Sorghum Checkoff has worked heavily on is a public media campaign, and we have focused heavily on social media to work through that with a number of different influencers, but really looking at what that opportunity is, and through programs such as even recipe programs, just educational programs, just letting consumers know what our product is, how it can be used, and what the attributes are.
Joanna, can you unmute?
We can't hear you. Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to switch device because I mean we are expecting a landfall of a cyclone Nivar shortly, and yeah, I mean Heta, can you proceed with the second video, Dr. Tim Dalton?
Okay. Yes, Bhargavi.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor of Agricultural Economics at Kansas State University in the United States, and I serve as the director of the Food Future Innovation Lab for collaborative research on sorghum and millet. What I thought I would do today is tell you about our value-added product development portfolio in West Africa and some of the work we're doing in Ethiopia. And hopefully this will give you some ideas about new opportunities, new things to think about as you pursue your own businesses or you think about research opportunities for the private sector. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we will work off of a presentation. My program's been in existence since 2013. We're in the second 5-year phase that will terminate in 2023. But my program builds upon more than a 40-year history of the InstruMill CRISP, the International Sorghum and Millet Collaborative Research Support Program, that worked in Kenya, that worked throughout East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, Latin America, and even in Asia. During this phase, we're really focusing on pulling together that value chain, developing new varieties to meet farmer needs, developing new varieties to meet consumer needs and processor needs, those technologies to ensure sustainability of production, and new food products and other usages of sorghum, for example, in poultry feed.
I mean, am I the only one who was unable to see it?
Oh, no, we are not able to see either.
Poultry feed.
Oh, yeah, it's back.
We're a consortium of over 100 researchers from the United States, from Europe, from South Africa, from East Africa, from West Africa. And we work jointly to try to pursue projects that support the needs of our host institutions in each of our target countries of Ethiopia, Senegal, Niger, and affiliated West African countries. In West Africa, we are working with a number of different institutes, and in particular, I just wanted to emphasize that in Senegal, we're working with not only the national program ISRA, that counterpart to CARO in Kenya, but with the Institute of Food Technology, ITA. In Niger, we work with INRAN. And both of these national programs have spillover activities into neighboring countries, into Burkina Faso and into Mali, to broaden the geographic approach of our program. West Africa has a long history of a number of different food products made from sorghum and pearl millet. So traditional products such as couscous type products have been part of the diet for thousands of years. This agglomerated product to the right, dege, is a larger couscous type of product, which is steamed and often put in yogurt as a breakfast food. Fouzme, which is a noodle-like product, which is fortified with green leafy vegetables like spinach. We look at couscous is made from different ingredients, whether they be sorghum, millet, or composite products made from leguminous grains like cowpea and peanut, along with those staples. And then your flour products, blends and straight single variety flours that can be used to produce the ugali-like products that they like to consume in West Africa. So the program focuses on getting these products right, making sure that the food technologists, the food processors are developing high quality products with the attributes that farmers can produce, as well as consumers demand. So these are the intrinsic characteristics of the products. But as an agricultural economist, I also like to think about the extrinsic products. And what do we mean by those extrinsic attributes? For example, that information which is placed upon the label of that product. What are the cues, the signals that individuals need to push that purchase along? And there's a couple of very interesting findings that seem quite straightforward. Made locally, made in Niger, made in Senegal. Farmers ethnocentrically respond to products that are made locally as opposed to those that are imported. Having an expiration date or a manufacture date gives those consumers with very weak purchasing power confidence that they're not buying something which is not going to feed them and nourish them. So let me tell you a little bit about these products through a video, and we'll go ahead and just run through this.
Sorghum and millet are key ingredients to countless traditional food in West Africa. With increasing urbanization and disposable income, as well as deeper understanding and demand for nutritionally balanced diets, these traditional food products are seeing a market-driven revolution. There is a growing demand for convenient, easy-to-prepare, nutritious food based on sorghum and millet, and researchers from the Sorghum and Millet Innovation Lab have been hard at work bringing these products to market. Consumer testing has shown that the instant millet-based food products are rated equal and even sometimes better than traditional products. Additionally, consumers are willing to pay more for these instant products, especially if they are fortified with key micronutrients. As market-driven demand for these convenient and fortified products grows, there is exciting potential for additional income generation for local entrepreneurs and farmers, as well as improved nutrition for individuals and families.
Great. So the interesting thing that we're really pushing forward in West Africa is the use of extruders, extruding the grains themselves, so they're pre-cooked, and then creating couscous and dege from those, much quicker process. And that really requires far less energy to cook them, as well as much less time. So it's really appealing to the urban consumers in Senegal and Niger. Let me shift now to Ethiopia. And this story is about getting the base material right, the sorghum grain right, so that it performs very well in the value-added food products. Sorghum has a number of deficiencies when it comes to value-added food products. So we set out a program which works with the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, universities in Ethiopia, Hawassa University, Haramara University, and regional programs in each of the federal states. So what we are working on is and currently in the process of release, are new hybrid varieties that have very high protein content, more than any variety that's out there right now. They're highly digestible, so that protein, once you do consume it, does break down and gets into your body, and it serves that nutritional process. It has much better storability. One of the key downfalls of traditional sorghum varieties in making injera was that it didn't keep overnight. That injera got brittle, it broke down, so you could not reuse it the next day as you can with teff. And so what these new varieties have to offer is very different physical characteristics in terms of palatability, taste, color, as well as superior nutritional characteristics. And so let's go to another video to learn a little bit about them.
Around the world, hundreds of millions of people depend on sorghum as a primary food source. Few foods define Ethiopia's cuisine like injera, a flat, pancake-like bread into which sorghum is commonly incorporated. However, due to its physical and chemical traits, sorghum tends to underperform in the making of injera. This limits its use as a base ingredient and keeps the price of injera higher with the dependence on teff, which sells at more than twice the price of sorghum. Improved sorghum lines that produce more voluminous, tender injera with longer shelf life are currently being introduced in Ethiopia as an alternative for teff-based injera production. Consumer preference studies show that injera made from blends with these improved sorghum lines performs as well as 100% teff injera and is equally preferred. Initial evaluation of the agronomic performance of the improved lines on Ethiopian farming operations has shown positive results, reinforcing optimism for the line's adaptability and adoptability. This improved sorghum will give injera producers improved functionality of their products, help reduce costs compared to teff, and provide an expanded market for improved sorghums to the millions of sorghum farmers across the country.
Okay, great. So that tells you a little bit about the sorghum in Ethiopia. And the key thing there is that it is a full value chain. So we have engagement of hybrid seed producers, farmers growing them, processors that are milling this, and then ultimately the food processors, which are transforming it into injera. Now, I want to do one last thing. This is a very busy table, and I know that, and I don't expect you to memorize it because there's no test at the end of this. But what I want you to focus on is this first column in which we have different treatments. And this very first line in blue is KT100 Kuncho teff, the traditional teff variety that's used for injera at 100% usage in making injera. And we can evaluate based upon color, its rollability, sourness, taste, a number of different attributes on a scale from 1 to 10. The overall acceptability is in your far right column, and Kuncho teff scores 8.12. Now, as we go down this first column, we see that we've got blends, 50% teff, 50% of these new sorghum varieties, 100% of these new sorghum varieties, and we evaluate it with consumers along the same different attributes. And what we know from these two lines in green is that they are as acceptable as 100% teff for making injera. And these are blends, 50% teff, 50% sorghum. The key thing here is that some of these blends even outperform teff. Consumers prefer them. which is an exciting advance because with sorghum being half the price of teff, that provides an opportunity to reduce costs in food processing and make the product as good and perhaps more profitable for the processor. Thanks for allowing me to speak with you today. Our program focuses on innovation in the development of new varieties, innovation in food products, bringing those to farmers, bringing the products to consumers, and that nascent food processing sector. Improving the resilience in the face of drought and other major stressors, improving nutritional status of the most vulnerable, and profitably across the value chain. If you'd like more information, please visit our program at ksu.edu, kstate.edu/SMIL, or you can contact me at pdalton@kstate.edu. Thank you very much for your attention. It's been great to be with you in this virtual event.
That was Dr. Timothy J. Dalton, Director of the Sorghum and Millet Innovation Lab. Dr. Dalton's research and development experience in sorghum stretches back 20 years ago to his MS thesis on dry land sorghum and millet farming systems in the peanut basin of Senegal, followed by an award-winning doctoral dissertation on the economic impact of sorghum varieties on soil degradation in southern Mali. Now, let me just move on to the next video. We have a pre-recorded session from Dr. Prabhu Pingali. Dr. Prabhu Pingali is the Professor of Applied Economics and Director of the Tata Cornell Institute of Agriculture and Nutrition, Cornell Institute, United States. He started his career as a researcher, International Crop Research Institute of Semi-Arid Tropics, Hyderabad, in 1976, and in 2019, he became the member governing board of FICRISAT. He worked as an economic consultant of World Bank and a Director, Agriculture and Development Economics Division of FAO, Rome, Italy, and Deputy Director, Agriculture Development, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And he has received several honors and awards, and is also the honorary life member, International Association of Agricultural Economics. Hi, Heta, can you start with Dr. Prabhu Pingali's pre-recorded session, please? Thank you.
New York. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this Foodtec Expo, although doing so virtually. I've been asked to talk about the role of millets and sorghum in achieving the SDG goals. As all of you know, we've made tremendous progress globally on hunger reduction. Much of that progress has happened due to significant gains in productivity of the big three staple crops, rice, wheat, and maize. We've seen that progress happening in Asia, in Latin America, and to some extent also in sub-Saharan Africa. Despite this progress, we still have hundreds of millions of people that are still hungry, that are still starving. And a large proportion of that population is in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. And many of these populations are desperately hungry and desperately poor. And for them, access to the big three staples is limited. Their food and their staple is millets, all types of millets and sorghum. These are their traditional foods. And we've not seen that productivity increase for these primary staples that are so important to the poor as we have seen for the big staples. This has been an unfortunate situation. It's been unfortunate because many of the millet species and sorghums have much greater levels of micronutrient content, mineral content than rice and wheat. and they're much healthier to consume. And they can address both the problem of calorie hunger and micronutrient malnutrition, and therefore address both hunger as well as the hidden hunger issues for the very poor populations around the developing world, but particularly looking at sub-Saharan Africa. That's been a big benefit from trying to expand the productivity of millets and sorghum so that we can reach these very poor populations for whom this has been a major staple crop. Also, as we look forward, we're beginning to see that undernutrition and micronutrient malnutrition are not just the only problems developing countries face. Many developing countries, including many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, are also facing rising levels of obesity and rising levels of overweight populations. And for these populations, transitioning from a diet that's predominantly rice and wheat based to a diet that includes millets, includes sorghum, can reduce the risk of overweight and obesity. So in my view, investments in sorghum and millets and investments in value chains that enhance the supply of these crops, enhance the supply of these foods at affordable prices to the poor, addresses both the problems of undernutrition and the problems of overnutrition. And that's the benefit that one would see from massive investments in these crops. Historically, we've seen that while productivity growth of the big three staples has increased over time, over the last 5 decades or so, we've not seen a similar experience happening for the minor cereals, for millets, for sorghum, etc. Why is that the case? Well, there's several reasons for it. I think one of the primary reason is that the R&D investments in these minor staples has been limited relative to the major staples. And that's been true across the world. And that's particularly been true when you look at South Asia and you look at sub-Saharan Africa. Public sector investment in millets, in sorghum, etc., has been extremely limited. And that has led to significant stagnation in overall productivity of these crops. The second big reason, I believe, is private sector investments. Private sector investment in not just in investing in improved varieties, but investing in the value chains that can help enhance the supply of the staples has been limited. And the primary reason for that has been that many of the millets and sorghum, the markets for these crops has been very limited. The markets are much more regional, much more geographically specific, and don't have the scale that you see for rice or for wheat or for maize. And because of that, many of the large global multinational agri-food companies have tended to shy away from investments in value chains for these crops and investments in global trade in these crops and building up a global supply chain for these crops. And that's been a major limiting factor. We've not even seen domestic private sector stepping in. We've not seen domestic private sector in sub-Saharan Africa or in South Asia that have stepped in to address this deficiency in value chain investments for these crops. I think the third big reason that I see that has limited the productivity of the minor staples has been that much of the food and agriculture policy in developing countries, particularly in South Asia, but also increasingly in Sub-Saharan Africa, has provided major incentives for shifting diets away from traditional cereals to the big three, rice, wheat, and maize. And this has happened by promoting investments in productivity improvements of the big three staples, by crowding out the areas that traditionally grew millets and sorghum and replacing those areas with rice, wheat, and maize production, by providing price incentives, by providing input subsidies, credit subsidies, etc., for the big three staple crops, and by creating government procurement systems that have created incentives for farmers to produce the big three staples and then provide them to the government procurement systems, which then feed into subsidized food grain value chains, food grain systems, such as the public distribution system in India, etc., for meeting the needs of the poor. So over time, you've seen this transition happening from diets, traditional diets of the poor, towards an increased dependence on the big three staples. And that has then led to a disincentive for many farmers and the supply chain to be investing in millets, in sorghum, etc. And that's the scenario that we've been facing. However, as I look ahead, I see tremendous changes happening. I see tremendous changes happening both from a technology point of view, but also a value chain point of view. But most importantly, I see a big change happening in the demand for millets across the developing world, especially among urban middle-class populations. What we're beginning to see is that as middle-class populations are becoming richer and their diets are diversifying and their consumption of energy-intensive and calorie-intensive diets has been increasing, we're beginning to see rising problems of overweight and obesity in this population, in the middle classes, urban middle classes across the developing world. And particularly looking at the populations in Asia, South Asia, one sees that there's increased awareness of trying to reduce this risk of overweight and obesity through changing diets. And changing diets through diversification out of a predominantly rice-based diet or a predominantly wheat-based diet towards enhancing the number of food groups consumed. But at the same time, there's been a deliberate shift towards millets as a substitute for rice and wheat, and a substitute that has lower calories, but has higher levels of micronutrients and minerals. And that change in demand, a health food dimension that we're beginning to see for millets and sorghum is going to create a new drive for the supply of these crops. It's going to create new opportunities for smallholder agriculture systems in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia to capture this market, this growing awareness of health, the growing demand for a healthier diet, and the growing demand for millets and sorghum. And that opportunity, I believe, will lead to significant overall income growth for smallholder farmers in these regions. But that would have to come with associated investments in R&D and with investments in value chain development. The investments in enhancing productivity of millets and sorghum would have to come through massive new investments from public sector R&D and also private sector R&D. And today, with some of the advances that are taking place in plant breeding, advances that are taking place in genomics, etc., provide new opportunities for identifying ways in which one can enhance yields and productivity of these minor staples. Opportunities that did not exist during the time of the Green Revolution. But today, one can look at these opportunities and look at opportunities for enhancing the productivity of these crops. It's particularly relevant today, not just from a healthier diet point of view, but also from the point of view of climate resilience, because these crops tend to be more resilient to higher temperatures, more resilient to drought conditions, etc. So you end up with a win-win situation of investing in crops that address hunger and overnutrition issues, but at the same time are more climate resilient, more climate friendly. And that's where much of the R&D investment in the future needs to go. We do need to see this rebalancing of R&D investments that were historically focused on the big three staples to increasingly invest in the minor staples of millets and sorghum. So that's one big part of what we need to do. I think the second area is building up the value chains for these crops and building them up from all the way from farm to the consumer's plate. And at the farm level, value chain investments have to happen, which bring farmers together in farmer-producer organizations and farmer cooperatives that then provide the scale that would be feasible, that would be attractive for private sector value chain investors to be able to procure large amounts of grain from small farmers. Small farmers by themselves individually will not be able to access these value chains. But as a group, as a producer group, they will have a scale that will allow them to be able to access these value chains at much lower transactions costs. And also as a group, they'll have the bargaining power to be able to get the price that would be profitable for them. And that would be a major opportunity. And also as a group, they'll be able to access inputs and access credits in a much more cost-effective way than they would as individual small farmers. So that's part of the value chain investment that has to happen. The other part of the value chain investment is looking at the processing industry, looking at ways in which one can bring in millets and sorghum into the food processing sector to create more healthy food. Some of the work that the Smart Food Program is doing, but now looking at ways to scale that up and to make it much more accessible and much more affordable to consumers. Consumers in urban areas, certainly, but also looking at ways in which we can reach poor consumers, especially in remote rural areas. And I think that's going to be a really important key as you think about value chain investments and value chain development. And this is an area where private sector investment has to be crucial, but it's also an area where public support and public-private partnerships could be developed in order to reduce some of the risks that private sector investment faces as they look into growing into this new area of building up these value chains. I think the final point of looking ahead is to look at how one needs to change the overall food and agriculture policies. For a long time now, when we thought about food security, we thought about investments in rice, wheat, and maize. And food policy has been so sharply focused on and increasing the pile of these three staple crops. But what we need to do looking forward is to create a food and agriculture policy that is less distortionary in that sense. A food and agriculture policy that is neutral in terms of promoting a broad set of staple cereals. And maybe for an initial period, taking the emphasis away from the big three staples and being much more proactive in promoting the minor staples. And helping small farms to improved access to credit, improved access to inputs, improved access to technology, reducing their transactions costs and accessing value chains, etc. So that one needs to see a fairly dramatic change in overall policies in food and agriculture in order to make this transition towards healthier grains and addressing both the undernutrition problem, the hunger problem for the poor, but also the overnutrition problem and the rising obesity problem for middle-class populations in urban areas. I think the future is enormously bright as we look at these crops. The challenges are great, but we already know how one can enhance overall staple crop productivity and overall staple crop supplies when we look at the experience that we've seen for the big three staples. Those lessons, I think, are enormously important as we refocus our efforts towards the minor staples, millets, sorghums, in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to participate. And I hope you have a great rest of the conference.
So that was Dr. Prabhu Pingali's message for us. And yeah, this closes our session, the morning session. And